Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, message number 130, January 24, 2023. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading in amended form by the vote indicated. House Bill number 10, County Officers' Bond Amounts and Surety Requirements. Ayes 60, noes 1, excused 1. Message number 132, January 24, 2023. House Bill number 67, Special License Plate Decals, Women Veterans. Ayes 61, excused 1. Message number 133, January 24, 2023. House Bill number 86, Disclosures of Private Cryptographic Keys. Ayes 55, noes 6, excused 1. Message number 134, January 24, 2023. House Bill number 94, Board of Parole, Wyoming Residency. Ayes 59, noes 2, excused 1. Message number 135, January 24, 2023. House Bill number 96, Transfer on Death Deed Insurance Coverage. Ayes 61, excused 1. House Message number 131, January 24, 2023. Mr. President, the following bill passed the House on third reading. House Bill number 15, County Authority to Dissolve Museum Boards, clarification. Ayes 39, noes 22, excused 1.
Thank you, Randy. Glad to see you back, Senator Salazar. Now, Josh, you come up. Fellow senators, our new page for the next week or so is Josh Salazar. You might know who his father is by chance. So I'm not going to put that on you. That is your page, Tim. At the end of the week, we'll let you start working on your speech.
All right.
Your dad can train you up.
All right.
All right, let's welcome Josh, everybody. So as of this morning, pursuant to Rule 4-5A, we're through the noon deal. So our Senate files are 1 through 182, and your Senate joint resolutions 1 through 14. So that's where we're locked down in the Senate. We're going to have 182 plus 14. So just shy of 200, and I don't think that's a whole lot different from our historical averages. So what's that? A little bit higher. So just where we're at, we got our work cut out for us. Introduction to Senate files. Senate File 161, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 161, Parental Rights Repealing Conflicting Statute, sponsored by Senator Beitman.
Senate File 161 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Senate File 145, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 145, State Budgeting and Reserves, sponsored by Senator Kinski.
Senate File 145 is referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Senate File 146, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 146, State-Funded Capital Construction, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee.
Senate File 146 is referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Senate File 158, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 158, Public Employee Retirement Plan Contributions, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee.
Senate File 158 is referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Senate File 166, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 166, Border Wall and Sanctuary City Transport, sponsored by Senator Hicks.
Senate File 166, drum roll, pointed to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Senate File 159, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 159, Stop ESG, Eliminate Economic Boycott Act, sponsored by Senator Beitman.
Senate File 159 is referred to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Senate Joint Resolution 13, first reading of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 13, Legislative and Executive Authority, Taxation and Spending, sponsored by Senator Larson.
Senate Joint Resolution 13 is referred to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Senate File 143, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 143, Wyoming Freedom Scholarship Act 2, sponsored by Senator Steinmetz.
Senate File 143 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 155, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 155, Education Teacher Resources, sponsored by Senator Scott.
Senate File 155 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 165, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 165, Mental Health Telehealth Pilot Program, sponsored by Senator Brennan.
Senate File 165 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate Joint Resolution 14, first reading of the Senate Joint Resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 14, School Capital Construction Constitutional Amendment, sponsored by Senator Scott.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 14 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 147, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 147, Government Contracts Labor Organization, sponsored by Senator Anderson.
Senate File 147 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 153, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 153, Election Security, sponsored by Senator Boner.
Senate File 153 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 163, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 163, Election Integrity Primary Election, sponsored by Senator Beitman.
Senate File 163 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 164, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 164, Public Improvement Contract Requirements Amendments, sponsored by Senator Boner.
Senate File 164 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 154, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 154, Energy Authority Project Financing Refineries, sponsored by Senator Cooper.
Senate File 154 is referred to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Senate File 156, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 156, Oil and Gas Forced Pooling Good Faith Negotiations, sponsored by Senator Boner.
Senate File 156 is referred to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Senate File 151, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 151, Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act, sponsored by Senator Hutchings.
Senate File 151 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor Health. Senate File 152, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 152, Occupational Therapist Criminal History, sponsored by Senator Pappas.
Senate File 152 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor Health. Senate File 162, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 162, Grace Smith Medical Freedom Act, sponsored by Senator Beitman.
Senate File 162 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor Health. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move the committee resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Senator Furphy, please take the desk.
Committee of the whole, please come to order. First bill. Yep, okay. First bill for your consideration is Senate File 82. If the clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 82, Eligible Water and Sewer Projects Funding, sponsored by the Water Committee, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government. It was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Kolb, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Ide. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Carew, Kinski, Nethercott, and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 82 do pass. And there is a Committee of the Whole amendment. If you would read it in at this time, I'll move it at the proper time when I explain the bill.
Senate File 82, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 10 after line 15, insert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this good little bill is continuation of our work on the ARPA funds, and this went through your Select Water Committee. The change that we made is on page 3, and we just increased the amount for eligible water and sewer projects by $39.3 million. The rationale behind that is that sewer and water benefits the most people around this state, and our infrastructure is aging at a rapid pace. And so we felt this was a good use of the bill, of the funds that are remaining. And with that, I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 82 and ask for your favorable consideration. And fellow senators, what this does, it just makes sure that we are saying that the application deadline, they had to have their application in before January 23rd of 2023. So that means we won't be taking any new applications. This money is just designed to go down the list that the State Land and Investment Board already approved when we ran out of funding. And then it just takes care of the increase in funds. And so that's all it does. It makes sure that the 39.3, whatever bill passes, that amount is guaranteed for water and sewer projects. And so with that, I'd stand for questions or call for question on the amendment.
We've heard the motion on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 82. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry. I got that wrong, sorry. It should be Committee of the Whole, Amendment Number 1. I said Standing Committee, sorry, I missed that. So let's vote again, please. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We're back on the bill. The motion is passed, sorry. Yeah. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking around for the list that is the priority list from SLIB. Do we have that handy, or is that someplace I can take a look at it? Is it in our boxes and I just didn't find it?
Mr. Chairman, I can provide that to you. It's just huge legal size papers. So you can either come look at it at my desk or I can have it handed out for you, but we'd be glad to get that to you. And yeah, thank you.
Senator Land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick explanation, if I could ask of the bringer. This is a $30 million addition. Just wondering about the selection of water and sewer as a line item, knowing all the various things that came in front of the SLIB. Just wondering about that priority and maybe a little more about that. Thank you.
Senator Guru.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I believe that it was for both, that it was actually for water and sewer projects. There was over, there was $50 million in the project, as the good bringer said. The SLIB board got over $120 million worth of applications from all across the state. And as we talked about last year, when these funds were started talking about ARPA funds in general, we talked about wanting to do something big. We didn't want to just fritter, as my mother used to say, fritter the money away in little project, to do something that would be a benefit to the most people of the state in a big, long-term infrastructure way. Also, though, there are strings or guidance that we've gotten from the federal government about how we can use this money. Water was the one thing that seems to be the most consistent. To allow these funds to be used for water infrastructure projects has been, since the beginning of this program, has been shown to be the most eligible projects that we could fund fully, and fund for the good of all the state. So that's where this request came from. And I hope that answers your question. And as I think you can tell, I'm on for the bill. Thanks.
Senator Rothfus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the fact that we'll have an opportunity to take a look at that list in the not-so-distant future. The question I had, which perhaps I'll just ask it, is I really wanted to look at the list and make sure that it was a good diversity across the state in terms of priorities, so every community is going to end up getting some of their concerns addressed, and that like the number 2 item on the list isn't a $35 million project somewhere, unless it's in Albany County, at which point I withdraw the question.
Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so there was 83 total applications, and with the $50 million, they were able to fund 27 of those. And that actually was a $60 million request. They were able to reduce those. There was some criteria in there, and I believe it was 15 million was the most anybody could ask for. It required a 15% local match. But SLIB received 83 applications for over $210 million. And those were so there's a great need out there. This is eligible under the ARPA fund. So it just seemed like with some of the excess ARPA funds we had, that this was probably a good way to get money out to all those. Well, the chairman will make this available to everybody. So currently what SLIB said is they're not going to go out for another new round of applications. They already have $210 million in request. This will just give them an opportunity to keep going down that list to make sure that they can fund as many of those as possible. They went and developed an entire ranking priority list on how they would consider these. If there's any interest in the body, we can get that ranking criteria from SLIB to distribute out on the floor. But probably a pretty good use of those remainders of those ARPA fund on and for the bill.
Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, this is just a point of comment on and for the bill and the amendment, and think that this is a good use of ARPA dollars. But it certainly demonstrates, I think, to us as legislators and to the state of Wyoming of the support of these ARPA dollars. My community has been fiscally responsible with their water and sewer projects. And they're not on the list, by choice, I'm assuming. But I just think that's important to know. I am on and for the bill that will not affect my community or the people who directly vote for me here in Senate District 4. But I recognize that the significant appropriation of dollars to the state is important, primarily to those rural communities. But it does send a message, right, to a community that is responsible and does plan for solid water and sewer projects, which are not popular with the voters or the citizens, right? But as part of that very difficult maintenance that's required by government operations that my community does do. And so I just say that as we get ready to do the budget and recognize that compromises and best interests of the state are being put forward while advocating for our own districts, as the good senator from the Ivory Tower indicated. And just would like to communicate that to the rest of the body, that this is good for the state of Wyoming. And particularly good for those rural communities that really struggle with providing for maintaining these costly infrastructure that's so important and vital to the economy of our state.
Senator Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to wrap it all up, when you get this list, you will see a diversity all across the state, and you'll be able to see the dollar amounts that were awarded, and I think that you will see that it's been beneficial to large and small communities across the state. So with that, if there's no more questions, I'd call for the question.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a struggle with this bill. I can see the amendment on page 3 where we've increased the amount for the sewer projects and changed the total accordingly. But what I do not understand about this bill is what does all the rest of the language do here? I don't particularly see many amendments in it. Why is it all repeated here? What effect are we having here? Mr. Chairman, I simply don't understand what's going on with this bill.
Senator Steiner. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I heard a previous discussion that no project would exceed a certain amount. I'm reading on footnote 18 that I think it's 7.5 million. Is that correct, or is there a different number?
Senator Steiner.
Well, I'm going to let another one of my committee members look at footnote 18 while I answer the good, tall senator from Bates Creek's question. Basically, all this amendment did, and staff put it together for us just right. We, in the Appropriations Committee, they had set aside $30 million in the ARPA bill that is starting in a different place in this body for these types of things, but it didn't start on our side. We, in the Select Water Committee, upped that appropriation a little more than they did, adding the 9.3 million. So there was a placeholder in that. This just makes sure that it is 39.3 million rather than the 30 million, and it interacts between two different pieces of legislation. So that's why it's worded in that way. And I know it's confusing, but they said that was how we needed to do it. So I hope that helps.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you just can't get past these people on the Appropriations Committee. That little footnote is $7.5 million maximum award. Way to go, Senator. Put that appropriations cap on.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. It is a substantial amount of money. I believe, and I'm hoping that the sponsors of the bill will correct me if I'm right, but I think this is the balance of the ARPA funding. My understanding was that we had a little bit left. Does this or does this not finish up the appropriation of those ARPA dollars? I guess that's my question. Thank you.
Senator Scott was up first. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I still am totally confused as to what the material in the bill beyond page 3 does and why it is at all necessary. I would think that this amount of material in the bill was there for some reason, and I'm just having trouble understanding, seeing, can you point out, is it existing, think it's existing law, are we changing it at all, and if so, where?
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First to the first question from my good friend from Natrona County. No is the short answer, as much as I can remember, and I'm going to look back here when I say it. No, but I mean, as far as the other question, 27 million, is that what was left? Since I missed 17? There is not the total amount. There is ARPA dollars left over for the floor, and I'll get you the exact amount, but this did not use the balance of the funds. To the tall senator's question, what I believe was that all the things on this list was what we approved last year. The only thing that's being changed is the 39 million that goes into water and sewer accounts. And that's it. And that it actually, all those monies that I know of have been allocated, maybe not obligated, but allocated for the things that you see on that line. Some have been obligated as well. And so no changes that can be made on this bill to any of those other line items. It's just pointing out that one, and to go back to the bill title for that, is changing that one item on water and sewer projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Majority floor leader Hibbs.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so when we started and came into the budget process, roughly there was around $76 million of ARPA money left. Governor profiled some of that. Even after with this expenditure, I believe there's still some that's unappropriated. We'll get that dollar amount for you, so we know what that is, what's actually out there for potential expenditures. So my tall colleague from Bates Creek, this is the ARPA budget bill that you passed last year. So this is the budget bill, exactly as it passed out of the legislature last year. When we're just going into the budget and amending one appropriation out of there, that's all you see. So this is the bill that passed out of the legislature last year. This was the ARPA funding bill. When you look at all those expenditures, that's what we appropriated last year. The only thing this does is go into that budget bill, Mr. Chairman, just on that line, and we've increased that appropriation. But you see all of that other stuff, that's existing law. Way that we did this was just take the existing budget and amend that one line and increase that expenditure. I hope that helps. So everything else in there was part of the ARPA bill that we passed last year. That's existing law.
Ready for the question? Mr. Barlow, Senator Barlow, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I understand what the intent of the bill is and the adjustment. What I don't understand is how on line 4 we can have an increase of $39 million, and yet at the total we can have a decrease of $7 million. And there's no other changes in the column. So if somebody could, I mean, maybe I'm missing something else, but it seems like we ought to have a net increase in the total when we've had a net increase in this particular expenditure, and yet we have a decrease in the total column on line 16, page 3. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good catch. We'll have to ask staff why that is that way, so. We'll go back and ask that and get that for you on second reading, along with all of your copies so that you can see all the good projects that have happened out across the state and the other ones being proposed.
Now are we ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 82, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 82 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 72. What is your pleasure? Oh, I'm sorry. Senate File 72, we need to have it read in. Thank you.
Senate File 72, Employees Forced Microchip Implantation Prohibited, sponsored by Senator Larson, an act relating to labor and employment. Was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation that Senate File 72, employee forced microchip implantation prohibited. For an explanation of the bill, I will turn to Senator Larson in the far southwest corner.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will go ahead and explain the bill. It's pretty simple. It prohibits employers from requiring employees to have microchips implanted in the employee's body. And if an employee voluntarily wants to do that, then it provides some requirements of the employer. So the second page goes through some definitions, describes what an employee is. It also includes independent contractors, describes what an employer is. This includes state and all political subdivisions, so we're including our state governments. Describes what a microchip technology is. This is designed to be implanted in the body of a person. It's a pretty simple procedure if someone wants to do that. It's just a pretty large size needle, and they inject the implant. It's about the size of a big piece of rice. It contains what a microchip contains: a unique identification number, permanent identification marker, or personal information that can be non-invasively retrieved or transmitted with an external scanning device. The next page, if no employer shall require these things or demand, they can't demand or ask the question if you would, during an interview for a position, if you will consent to a microchip. They can't require an employee to have or consent to having a microchip implanted as a condition of employment. And it goes through a bunch of other issues that an employer cannot do, like create a hostile work environment for an employee who does not consent. Can't withhold a salary or wage increase for an employee who does not consent. And on page 4, it continues. An employer shall provide reasonable accommodations for an employee who does not consent to having a microchip. D, it says microchip may be implanted in employee's body, provided that the employee provides the employer with a written consent of the implantation. The employee may have the microchip removed at any time at the expense of the employer, within 30 days if requested. On page 5, after an employee voluntarily consents, there are some things that the employer shall do. They'll pay for all costs associated with implanting, maintaining, or removing the microchip. Pay all medical costs that an employee incurs as a result of a bodily injury that might occur, an infection or something like that. They need to disclose to the employee that the data that will be maintained, or what data will be maintained on the microchip, how the data that is maintained will be used by the employer. Within 30 days, if there's a separation that the employee wants to not be employed there anymore, the employer must pay to get that removed. There's also a section in there that if the employee does leave, they can voluntarily accept responsibility for that microchip in the future. The employer will be, won't have to take care of that anymore. And then on the last section, Section G, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit an employer from using alternative, non-invasive technology to track the movement of employers' employees. So you can still carry a chip or something like that if you're at the hospital or something. Nurses might be carrying that, or doctors. Just some things I wanted to let you know about. There are 12 states that have passed certain similar bills. Some of those prohibit employers from requiring this. Some prohibit the government from requiring this, and then some prohibit it totally. There are some states that allow it to be put in their children or such. Like I said before, it's a pretty simple, it's usually pretty close to the skin, so usually it's put between the finger and the thumb. There are two types of chips that are put in. There can be an active one that would actually have a battery in it and can transmit data. And then there's a passive that will store the data, and then it has to be put close to a scanner to see what data's in there. I don't know of any businesses nationwide that are requiring this right now, and I have not heard from businesses that oppose the bill. So I'd ask for your aye vote on this. I think it's a needed bill.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, as I read this, it isn't for just any business. It's for the state government or entities of the state government. Is that correct, or are we making a law here for businesses?
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, thanks for that question. I did mention that earlier, but it does include the state governments. Cannot require this if you're an employee.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if this is model legislation or if this was crafted here from scratch, I guess, or if this legislation as seen before us has been enacted in other states.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, yes, like I stated, there are 12 other states, and I did use I don't know which state it was, but I did kind of grab some of their wording. LSO did help put it in there, obviously.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the reason for that question is really just to understand some of the terminology used in this bill, which does expand the scope of employment law outside and uses terms outside of their norm and custom in employment law. For example, hostile work environment. Oftentimes people throw that term around, a hostile work environment, because someone's treating you poorly. But in reality, a hostile work environment can only be based on discrimination based on a protected class. So that's a bit confusing when it comes to the application of employment law in this particular bill draft, as well as the term reasonable accommodation, which is also a term of art associated with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and just curious about the applications of discrimination-related laws and disability-related laws associated with the terms used in this bill draft, and if you are intending to have the refusal to have a microchip be considered similarly with other suspected classes.
Senator Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions and thoughts. First, going to definitions and looking at microchip. I realize that the definition is specifically and as used in this section, definition of microchip, but I guess the concern I have is that the definition of microchip seems a little vague and not specifically targeted to what a real definition of microchip is. I mean, I realize this is the concept here is a bioimplantable microchip with special circumstances. I guess the concern, though, is that specifying a definition of a generalized term like microchip, which is a very broad term, to only mean one that is designed to be implanted in the body of a person and contains a unique identification number, et cetera, is a potential concern. So the question is, would it be possible to perhaps be more specific and change that term of art so that it's not as broad as microchip, but maybe specific to the interest? The second point, which I guess links back to what we see, I think, in the F provision later in the bill, is the idea that it has to be designed to be implanted in the body of a person, or somehow it's obviated and doesn't apply. I'm curious about the need for the A provision, where the idea here is that it is bioimplanted. The designed to be implanted seems almost unnecessary, since it's the implantation itself that leads to the concern in the legislation. So again, from the definitional standpoint, I'd be concerned. And then there's a lot of specificity in the B provision that it's a unique identification number. So it looks like either an active or passive RFID is what it's describing here. And with the specificity that's provided, it almost seems like there might be use cases or applications that could take place but would be excluded by the definition. So in this instance, it might be overspecified to achieve the interests. And then the next question I had on the beginning on the D point, I guess, is really just justification for the existence of the D and the E point. More than half the bill is providing the exceptional circumstances and how to clarify a circumstance where a microchip may be implanted in an employee's body under certain terms and conditions if it's voluntary. I guess I would question how you would know that B Romanet 3 about coercing an employee wasn't taking place and that it was truly voluntary. And the question I would have that I'd be interested in an answer to is, where is this going on that we would want the opportunity to have the voluntary implantation take place under the terms and conditions that we see in D? It almost seems like the bill is more a bill to allow for implantation under certain conditions than it is to ban it, because I've never heard of actually anyone being implanted. So I'm almost a little worried that if we pass this bill, someone's going to come coerce me, and I'm afraid. It would be the university, perhaps. Look out. And then the final questions I have relate to the G provision on page 6, which nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit an employer from using alternative non-invasive technology to track the movement of the employer's employees, which, if the intent of the legislation was to protect the privacy rights of the employees, and then you have a catch-all G that is more Orwellian than probably what was described in the first part, which is that anything goes as long as it's not a bio-implanted microchip. But heck, if I tape it to your shoe, I can track you all day and long and you don't have to know about it. Was there any thought really given to the exception language in the G provision, and is the G provision even necessary? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, lots and lots of questions. I'm going to start from the rear because I can remember that one, the last one. There was discussion during committee on section G that was being used in hospitals, and specifically for nurses and such, just to know where they're at, and if they need to be called all of a sudden, there's a means to let them know they're needed. But I think the whole intent of the bill is to make sure that we don't have employers require you to insert something in your body that you are not wanting to put in your body. And I am open to amendments if I can meet afterwards, specifically the senator from this county. I am not a lawyer, and lawyer talk is way above my head. But other than that, if there aren't any other questions, I'd ask for an aye vote, and hopefully you'll agree the bill is needed.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my question is mostly on the need for the bill. You know, I've heard of these being used in cattle. I've never seen it done, but I've heard of them being used in cattle. But I've never heard of anybody using it for people. Don't understand, am I missing something? Is there something going on that creates the need for this bill? I am worried about that provision G. It sounds to me like they could slip on some kind of a radio transponder on the bottom of your car and not tell you about it, and it'd be perfectly legal. And frankly, I would think most of the people of Wyoming would tell an employer that wanted to insert one of these where to get off in language that wouldn't be fit to be repeated on this floor. But why do we need to pass this bill? It sounds like there are some potentially unintended consequences to it. What's the need for it?
Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as one of the people that tends to look farther out in the horizon than most and see things coming, 4 or 5 years ago, if I were to mention ESG and economic warfare, everybody in this room would say, why would we need a bill on something like that? It's never going to happen. And here we are, and we are desperately behind the curve on stopping something like that. And so this body has a track record of waiting too long until we can see a problem in the horizon, but we all get up and say, it's not a problem. When's it ever been done? When have we ever seen this? We see it happen in other states, so we bring preemptive legislation to stop something from happening here, and it gets killed, and then we kick the can down the road, and then 5 years later, we're back here in a panic trying to fix something we could have fixed 5 years ago. And then people like me get up and say, I told you so. So this is a prevention of having to say, I told you so, Mr. Chairman. And I would encourage you guys to get behind this and let's work it through. Let's get some amendments going and make this bill better. Thank you, sir.
Question being called? All those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable consideration of Senate File 72, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Senate File 72 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 24. I'll have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 24, Financial Exploitation of Vulnerable Adults, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee, an act relating to banks, banking, and finance, was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, Chairman.
Senator Landon, what is your pleasure? I'm sorry, there we go.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 24, Financial Exploitation of Vulnerable Adults. And for an explanation of the bill, I would yield the floor to the senator from Fremont County.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senate File 24, Financial Exploitation of Vulnerable Adults. It's kind of a 2-year project. We had a version of this bill considered at our last session, and the Judiciary Committee ably took it up during the interim work. They did a lot of work on it. It's brought to you from our banking industry, and banking includes the credit unions and other financial institutions, including brokerages and things like that. They're people that serve our citizens in Wyoming, and they serve in our small towns, and they are keep an eye on things, sort of. So the bank teller that you've been going to for, I don't know, I bank at the same bank that my family always has. It's a great bank, oldest bank in Fremont County, and believe me, the people there know me, and the tellers know me, and if something's amiss, if somebody comes in and tries to have a transaction involving an account with the Kale case, they're going to know who I am. And I don't mean that bragging. I'm trying to compliment the bank because they know who you are. Well, what happens, Mr. Chairman, is that as Wyoming, as our folks are aging a bit and people transition in life, maybe they're not able to handle their own affairs so much anymore, so they seek help, and they might bring people into their lives that are perfectly trustworthy. They also might, by necessity, bring some people into their lives that may not be worthy of that trust. And if a bank has an inkling of this, if that teller can say something to the effect that, there was a person in here that had a withdrawal slip from Mrs. Jones that wanted cash. That just seems really unusual. And I've known Mrs. Jones for a long time. She's never, it raises a red flag. That's what this bill does, Mr. Chairman. It allows banks to act on that red flag. So the new language is WS 13-1, 701 through 706, and it's protection of vulnerable adults. It starts with definitions of, agent, department, financial exploitation, easy for you to say, financial exploitation means A, the wrongful or unauthorized taking, withholding, appropriation, or use of the money, assets, or other property, or the identifying information of a person. Or it means B, an act or omission by a person, including through the use of a power of attorney on behalf of or as the conservator or guardian of another person, to two subpoints. Romanet I, obtain control, or Roman I, obtain control through deception, intimidation, fraud, or undue influence over the other person's money, assets, or other property to deprive the other person of the ownership, use, benefit, or possession of the property. Or Roman II, convert the money, assets, or other property of the other person to deprive the other person of the ownership, use, benefit, or possession of the property. Financial institution is defined beginning on page 12. Investment advisor representative is line 18. Qualified person, that's who comes under this act, is line 21. And then we turn the page, you can see the last one is the definition of vulnerable adult. This is already defined in our statute. It's in the public health and safety statutes. It applies to the Department of Health and the Department of Family Services. But basically that definition is that a vulnerable adult is any person 18 years or older who is unable to manage and to take care of himself or his money, assets, or property without assistance as a result of advanced age or physical or mental disability. It's not in your bill because your bill refers to that definition, though, in statute, but that's what we're talking about. So here's the meat of it. Beginning on page 4, line 7, the reporting financial exploitation of vulnerable adults. A, if a qualified person has cause to believe that financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult has occurred, is occurring, or has been attempted, the qualified person shall notify the financial institution of the suspected financial exploitation. Creates a duty of someone to say, hey, something's not quite right here. Why is Mrs. Jones buying a new car for this person? This person has been making unusual cash withdrawals. Just if they have an inkling, they have a duty to report. So part B in line 16 is what the financial institution does, Mr. Chairman. If a financial institution is notified of a suspected financial exploitation under subsection A of this section, or otherwise has cause to believe that financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult has occurred, is occurring, or has been attempted, the financial institution shall again a shall, assess the suspected financial exploitation, and if warranted, submit a report to the department, that's the Department of Family Services, containing the same information under WS 3520-103. They have to submit this report no later than the earlier of Romanet I, the date they complete its assessment, or Romanet II, 5 business days after the date the financial institution is notified of the suspected exploitation under Section A. So no later than the earlier of after they complete their own investigation, or 5 days after they're notified by probably an employee, could be a teller on the bank line, that's about this unusual activity. So Part C, line 15, a financial institution that submits a report to the department is not required to make any additional reporting, Mr. Chairman, and is not negligent under WS 3520-103 for the same conduct constituting the reported suspected financial exploitation. Mr. Chairman, on to page 6, requires each financial institution to adopt policies with respect to that. And we learned that many banks and credit unions and other financial institutions already have policies. This is not that far afield. The policies on line 12 of this section may authorize the financial institution to report the suspected financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult to any appropriate state or federal agency in addition to the department, including any appropriate law enforcement agency. Beginning on the bottom of page 6, notifying third parties. Mr. Chairman, it's possible that a third-party notification could do a lot of good. So what this section does is allow, at the same time they make the report to the Department of Family Services, they're also able to check out with a third party. And you can think how simple that would be in our little towns. Mrs. Jones has a daughter that lives in Texas. Maybe we can call the daughter and find out about some of these transactions. And actually, the banks proposed an amendment that they'd be able to do that even before they made the report. That amendment didn't get traction. So, Mr. Chairman, here's the key on page 7. This allows the bank to place a temporary hold on the transaction. It's very limited in its time, but it allows them to gather some immunity while they exercise discretion and say, no, we're going to hold up the funds for that. And I know that kind of rubs you wrong a little bit. You think about your situation where you want to buy that new snowmobile and you go to the bank and they say, we're holding up your funds. Of course, that's not reasonable. But in this case, where the adult is a vulnerable adult, the transaction is very unusual. Maybe it's wise to hold that transaction up, not cancel the transaction. This is what is key. But if it were to be held for a few days, where's the harm in that? And it may potentially make sure that Mrs. Jones is able to keep the money in her account so that she can have it for her living expenses as life goes on. So, notwithstanding any other state law, a financial institution may place a hold on any transaction that involves an account of a vulnerable adult or that contains the vulnerable adult's assets or property if the financial institution, A, submits a report of the suspected financial exploitation of the vulnerable adult to the department, and B, has cause to believe the transaction is related to the suspected financial exploitation alleged in the report. And further than that, there's discretion. The bank has to put a hold on it if they're directed by the Department of Family Services, and we're going to see a little later that law enforcement can do that as well. The hold is only for 5 days, Mr. Chairman. That's the first hold. They may extend the hold, and I'm down to lines 14, for a period not to exceed 30 days after the expiration of the 5-day period, if requested by state or federal agency or a law enforcement agency investigating the suspected financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. So basic holds 5 days, you know, and sort everything out, find out it was perfectly legitimate perhaps, maybe not. It could go longer if they're requested by the department or law enforcement. The financial institution may also petition a court to extend the hold of this section beyond the period prescribed. A court may enter an order extending a hold or providing other relief. Again, we come to on page 9, lines 4 through 7. They have to develop written plans, policies, and procedures. And believe me, that's not onerous. All these institutions have extensive policies and procedures. They really do. So here's where this is what the banks really want. Page 9, line 9, immunity. So if they do this, they're immune from consequences, Mr. Chairman, as long as they make the report, they act in good faith, and they follow the law. So a qualified person who provides notification under WS 13-1702A, a financial institution that submits a report on WS 13-1702B, or provides notification to a third party under WS 13-1703, and a qualified person or financial institution that testifies or otherwise participates in a judicial proceeding rising from notification of the report under this article is immune from any civil liability arising from the notification, report, testimony, or participation in the judicial proceeding, unless the qualified person or financial institution acted in bad faith or with malicious purpose. If you're in good faith and you exercise reasonable care or doesn't place a hold on a transaction, is also immune from civil liability or discipline action. 13-1706 on page 10 talks about records. On to page 11, section 2 talks about the Department of Family Services. They may promulgate rules with respect to this act, and the act is effective July 1, 2023. The sections 2 and 3 are effective immediately to allow for the beginning of the rulemaking process, Mr. Chairman. That is the bill. I can tell you, I was able to work with credit unions, banks, the Division of Banking, the Department of Family Services, a very large organization that represents elderly people, and I've been qualified and I'm certified that I could be a member. I need to get that done. That represents most of the folks above 60, or I think it's 55 in the state of Wyoming. They helped us, and it's a good balance. And I know that some of you are going like, oh my God, the bank can put a hold on a transaction. But it's only a transaction involving a vulnerable adult, Mr. Chairman, defined in law, where they have reasonable thinking that something could be wrong here. And when it comes down to it, Mr. Chairman, the difficulty that you can imagine occurring because of a financial hold, yes, that could leave somebody inconvenienced. That could leave somebody without a new vehicle for a while. It could have other consequences. Could leave somebody stranded, I suppose. If you can invent scenarios where it has real consequences. But if the money's gone, we can't get it back. And this is money that belongs to a vulnerable adult. And I think we have a duty to kind of have this higher standard. This represents a balancing. Some people will think it's too much government. But on the other hand, we are talking about vulnerable adults. Someone that is unable, because of their age or mental infirmities, to clearly make their own decisions. So with that, I hope to have questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wanted to commend the senator for his explanation of the bill. But I also wanted to share just real quickly with the Senate a reflection on last week's committee meeting of our Judiciary Committee. We had a beautiful lady come and testify in front of the committee. And And it was some of the most poignant and moving testimony I think I've ever heard. Unfortunately, she is aging with her husband, and there was some health concerns that led her to turn over power of attorney to her daughter. And unfortunately, the daughter ended up cleaning out all of their accounts. She was quite emotional telling us this, and you know, God bless her. It was just spot on, and it helped us to understand the need for this bill, I think. And I just wanted to thank her again for coming and let the Senate know that it was really powerful stuff, and it really hit home the fact that we do have some vulnerable adults out there. Some of us are headed there more quickly than others, but we all end up at some time or another being in a position where we've got to rely on people. And I think giving the banks a little bit more opportunity to say, you know, this just doesn't look right. I think this is a good bill for us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's on page 4, where we, subsection A there, where we create this duty to act. I'm assuming if that's violated, that the civil penalties provided in 1310-207 will kick in, but I want to get clarification on what happens if you violate that duty to act. And if you're a bank teller and say you recognize you knew who the customer was in the bringer's example, and the bank teller says, "Oh, you're not Mrs. Jones, get out of here," and then they forget or they just don't report it, they violate that duty to act. Are they themselves going to be subject to the civil penalty, or would the bank they work for pay that fine? So just kind of flesh out how that works if that duty to act is breached. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
I'll happy to let them stack up. I'm happy to let the questions stack up if you wish.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill. In my family, my stepmother, living in another state that has this law already passed, was saved, her bank account saved from predators that just do just that, go after the elderly, vulnerable, and try to take their money. So I'm on and for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I looked up that description of vulnerable adult. It isn't just bald-headed people. It means any person 18 years of age or older who is unable to manage and take care of himself or his money, assets, or property without assistance as a result of advanced age or physical or mental disability. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, I think 5 or 6 years ago, we passed a bill here, I think it was in the Power of Attorney Act area, that was dealing in this same area. I can't precisely identify it right off the top of my head, but I know we have some legislation. How does this mesh with that sort of thing? And can we identify that?
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this legislation is to provide immunity to financial institutions. Period. We have separate statutes dealing with the financial exploitation of vulnerable adults, which is a crime, has been a crime for a very long time. It is also a crime and a violation of an agent's fiduciary duty to abuse a power of attorney granted to them by an individual. Those laws exist. There is a concern regarding the ability to properly identify and investigate crimes associated with the financial exploitation of vulnerable adults. Usually that presents itself with a financial institution where somebody with the power of attorney or some other type of influence over a vulnerable adult has access to the financial assets of that vulnerable adult. And so the bank is, or the financial institution is kind of that first identifier of these kind of concerning interactions, where Mrs. Smith does not withdraw. Mrs. Smith has a normal expenditure of $1,000 a month. And so it's unusual when she comes in with her friend Susie and withdraws $10,000. And the bank really doesn't have an ability to stop or maybe ask questions. And oftentimes that vulnerable adult is with their friend Susie, who may in fact be the power of attorney. The bank knows something is up, but really lacks the ability to do anything about it. Just like if you unusually go into your bank account and withdraw $10,000, that would be an abnormal transaction as well. The banks are seeking, the financial institutions are seeking a little more protections associated with their ability to report or stop some of these transactions, and they're seeking immunity for their participation in these types of investigations and interfaces in these scenarios when they see their customers coming and making unusual transactions. That's the purpose of the bill. I want to reiterate, it is a crime to financially exploit a vulnerable adult.
Senator Keys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My good colleague from up above Fort Phil Kearny, I might add, there's not a civil penalty in the bill that would apply to people, but there's civil immunity. So if you don't act under this bill, you would be exposed to potentially a lawsuit about your failure to act. So you don't get immunity if you don't follow the steps in this bill. So I have a hard time kind of imagining where that would happen. But I understand, but there's no penalty for a teller that doesn't report, and maybe on retrospect they should have. It's only a carrot. If they do report, there's immunity, and the financial institution as well. So I hope that's helpful. I think we got all the questions. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are we ready for the question? All those, oh, I'm sorry. Senator Roth.
No worries. I do have a couple of questions, and it kind of gets to the opt-in, opt-out concept, and it seems like this is a universal requirement. There's really no opt-in, no opt-out, and I'm wondering if that was discussed. As I see this, it's going to apply to all financial institutions. There couldn't be a financial institution that had a different policy, and there couldn't be an individual that just thought, well, I don't want any of my transactions held up, so I really don't want this service, and I'm really willing to take the risk. Am I reading that correctly, that it's a pretty broad brush, and even if I was willing to take the risk, I wouldn't have the opportunity to take the risk upon myself under this legislation?
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those lines, just more information about just the universe of what was discussed. Unfortunately, I had somebody very important to me be involved in a romance scam this summer, so I've learned more about this horrible practice than I care to admit. But, annually, things that I discovered, it's hundreds of millions of dollars that people are losing. And it's not just in the form of the large transaction they take out of their banks, but also taking out, like wiping out their entire retirement. So I am kind of curious if in the interim, if that was discussed, it's not just financial institutions, but, a little broader look. I'm just kind of wanting to make sure I understood. I think this could be a really helpful tool to help prevent some of that exploitation, but just curious about more how the discussion went in the interim.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking at this bill and also very concerned about the situation that people are being exploited. However, I am equally concerned that immunity, carte blanche immunity, will lead to other issues. I think, what would it be like if we had law enforcement able to do whatever they want to do whenever they did it? And this is much the same thing. I don't see where there's a liability at any level from the bank side of things from being overzealous. So I would like to hear an explanation of what would protect the inevitable situation where somebody would make an incorrect decision and hold up a transaction which would have consequential damages to a person who is not trying to fleece somebody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I want to talk about these romance scandals first. I could use more of those in my life, actually. Let me just say that. I'd like to do more field research on that, although I've had considerable. Mr. Chairman, with regard to the optionality, so all the financial institutions, they want this. They're seeking it. None of them have said, we don't want to be covered by it. So we formally heard from lobbyists for credit unions and lobbyists for banks. We heard from the banking commissioner. I don't think he was really going in a policy sense, but he indicated it was doable and would be supported. The other institutions, and we're exactly right, and they are, there is a list of things about what a financial institution is. And for purposes of this article shall include broker-dealers as defined in WS 174102A, Romanet 4, and investment advisors as defined by WS 174102A, Romanet 15, if I'm doing my Romans right. And then there's a further definition of investment advisor representative. And finally, we get to qualified person, meaning any agent, investment advisor, representative, or person that serves a supervisory, compliance, or legal capacity for a financial institution. So we do realize that it's not just banks anymore that you transact business with. I come back to that this only applies to vulnerable adults, okay? People that already meet the standard of vulnerable adults. So the damage that the bank could do would be to hold up a transaction for 5 days after they've made the report. Now, it could be a longer hold, but only if someone else in law enforcement asks for it, okay? Now, I'll tell you that banks would like to have 10 days. They definitely think 5 days is kind of short. But, so that is the damage. I have had many occurrences in my life where, you know, you've made big purchases or you've done things. I can't think of a single situation where not being able to complete that transaction for 5 days has actually ruined the deal. I think if you're buying a home, buying a car, I have a hard time thinking that a 5-day hold, you say, look, we've got a 5-day hold while the bank checks this out. I can't think of that doing real serious damage. Now, we could invent a situation where it could be. I concede that. But there's lots more stories, and they're real stories. We hear them from our law enforcement. We hear them from our banks. Mr. Chairman, I recall we heard one from you in committee about what happens when people's money isn't protected and they lose money that is very important at this period in their life, because maybe it allows them to stay in their own home and not go into, you know, some other situation. Maybe it allows them to hire the people they need to help them with the things in their life. Old age and infirmities and things, that's a pretty bleak place that we're all getting to. But I'll tell you, it's even worse if somebody steals your money. So that's where we're at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Land.
Mr. Chairman, just to kind of maybe bring this home, but to come back to my friend from Sweetwater County and his thoughts, you know, I think they're spot on, and I understand the concern over any immunity clause. But I guess what helped me get there was this whole thing of what's in it for the bank. I mean, if we don't provide some kind of immunity, they'd be more inclined to say, well, I guess we got to let this transaction go through because, you know, if we step out there on that board, we could fall in the ocean. It gave me a little bit of ability to support the bill if we provide a little bit of immunity so that they have a little bit more sense of stepping out there a little bit to protect our vulnerable adults. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did find the answer to my question in 1310-101, which, so chapter 10 is the penalty provisions of Title 13. And it says any officer, director, owner, or employee of a financial institution who willfully and knowingly violates any provision of this act for which a penalty is not expressly provided, which is this case because there's nothing in the proposed language, that person is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable not by a fine not less than $100 nor more than $1,000, imprisonment for not more than 1 year or both. So there is a bit of a stick with the carrot from what I can read. Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but just wanted to throw that out there.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to the logistics of how this would actually be carried out, it looked like each bank was supposed to kind of draft their internal policies. Does that, or each financial institution, my apologies, does that include consideration of what transactions would lead to flagging, what the magnitude of that transaction is? And what I'm getting at is a scenario, for example, where maybe there's a $1,000 fraud alert if $1,000 is coming out at one banking institution, and they see that as an appropriate financial obligation, while maybe another bank goes to a $10,000 and maybe isn't using particularly sound judgment in that because they have different standards. And then either of those two, though, because they're complying with statute, and I don't think statute is specific there, is technically going to have the same level of immunity. So I'm wondering what they would rely upon for what they contemplate as best practices for when to put a hold on, for how long to have that hold on, and for what level of due diligence they would need to achieve prior to releasing the funds.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are great questions concerning the requirements of the banks. I think really the purpose of the bill, to get back to I think what everyone wants it to be about, which is protection of vulnerable adults as opposed to banks, has to do with the requirement of requiring the financial institution to mandatory report, which arguably they already have that obligation. But we're telling them here again in this particular statutory section, it should be noted that they have asked to be exempted of that requirement to mandatory report. And if they kind of determine on their own accord that there's no real exploitation, that they not report. But what this bill does to protect the citizens of Wyoming and those vulnerable adults is that a report will be made with a lawful investigatory agency to take next steps associated with doing further welfare checks and evaluating the circumstances associated with the report. That to me is the primary value of the bill, and of course shaking the banks of the fear that they will be somehow liable for taking efforts to protect their customers from these issues. As the good senator from the Ivory Tower knows, banks are also subject to lots of federal regulations associated with the Bank Secrecy Act, Know Your Customer regulations. And so they do have appropriate concern regarding kind of stepping out of their lane and not doing just what is lawfully instructed of them to do, such as a vulnerable adult withdrawing money or a lawful power of attorney withdrawing money from an exploited adult's account. A lot of their response to this concern depends on the facts and circumstances associated with what's presented in front of them to trigger a report associated with them. They are instructed to provide rules concerning how to process more of these more thoughtfully. But again, in my mind, the value of this bill requires them to mandatory report when they suspect this happens. A failure to do that may result in a loss of immunity and may in fact result in the misdemeanor violation that the senator from Sheridan identified.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate my good colleague from north of Fort Phil Kearney and bringing up the issue of the penalties under the banking statute. And there's a general penalty, I think that's the one he's referring to, that any officer, director, owner, or employee of a financial institution who willfully and knowingly violates any provisions of this act. Well, Mr. Chairman, this bill is about encouraging people to report when they suspect something might be amiss. You know, that's hardly a failure to report or making a judgment call one way or the other on that. Hardly rises to the threshold of willfully and knowingly. So if willfully and knowingly gets to collusion, where the bank's colluding or the teller's colluding with the person that's getting the money, that's quite a different animal. And I think that should be looked at very differently. And perhaps that's where that general penalty might apply. And I don't know that for sure. There may be, I don't know the rest of the banking statute that well, but I could see that. And the penalty is $100, no more than 1,000, and possible imprisonment. But the standard is willfully and knowingly. And that, to me, gets at collusion, Mr. Chairman. This is the case where, you know, that was kind of a suspicious transaction. I wasn't quite sure. It seemed unusual, but it didn't really rise in my mind to the level that I need to report it. Hardly willfully, knowingly, hardly any thing there. Maybe the bank would say, you know, you need to be more careful in the future. It turns out that was a bad situation. We didn't catch that one. Maybe we'd learn from it. But I do not see this issue of overly penalizing employees or anything like that with that standard that's in the law, Mr. Chairman. So thank you very much.
Ready for the question?
Question.
All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 24, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Senate File 24 has passed the committee of the whole. Majority Floor Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just an FYI on the body, we had to move one bill down. We were missing a page in that, so just notice that the order has changed slightly. Senate File 61 was moved down just a little bit to give staff the time to go out there and get that. So this is the new order, so next bill for our consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Our next bill for consideration is 112. I'll have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 112, Peer Support Counseling Confidentiality, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, an act relating to labor and employment. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 112, peer support services, confidentiality, and to walk you through this fine Senate file, I would ask that you call on the good senator from Laramie County, Senator Nethercott.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, you have before you peer support counseling confidentiality. The purpose of this bill relates to taking care of our first responders, primarily our law enforcement officers. As many of you may know, they are subject to rigorous employment requirements associated with their fitness for duty. And consequently, they are hesitant to speak about some of the trauma that they endure on a daily basis and the responses to that trauma. And so many agencies across this country have established these types of programs associated with peer support, because not surprisingly, it turns out that officers are more likely to speak to each other than sometimes to professional counselors or others. And this is a very beneficial and therapeutic effect for them without actually being therapy. A concern and a barrier to officers perhaps talking to each other is concerns regarding confidentiality. As you know, officers' actions are always being recorded in some way or another, could be subject to disclosure in a courtroom and subject to disciplinary action associated with some of those concerns regarding their ability to serve. And so what this bill does is it doesn't require anyone to do anything or any agency to do anything, but for those agencies who choose to have an employee assistance program and then a peer support specialist program, allows for those communications between a peer support specialist and an officer or some other first responder be confidential. That is the purpose of the bill, and that is all that it does. And so, good senators, I draw your attention to some key definitions in the bill that might be important to you. One is the definition of an emergency service provider found on page 2, lines 7 through 11. The definition of an employee assistance program, again, intended to provide resources and support for employees of these types of agencies. Turning on to page 3, you can see what a peer support counseling session is identified as, page 3, lines 11 through 15. And it simply means any session conducted by a peer support specialist that is called or requested in response to a critical incident or traumatic event involving the personnel of the law enforcement agency or emergency services provider. Good senators, here in this section, you will see an amendment coming forth in second reading, exempting out or clarifying in this bill draft that a peer support counseling session by a peer support specialist does not include therapeutic services provided by licensed counselors. Just really making sure that there's no cross designations there or confusion of what type of service or type of protections are being afforded here. If you look at the bottom of the page, who can be a peer support specialist? And you can see on page 3, line 20, that's a designated by a law enforcement agency, an employee assistance program, or a peer support team leader is a member of a peer support team and has received training and counseling in providing emotional and moral support to law enforcement officers or emergency services personnel who have been involved in emotionally traumatic incidents by reason of their employment. So those are kind of the sidebars associated with who could be a peer support specialist and the types of programs. Going on to page 4 and 5 is outlining that it is confidential. Those particular sessions, there are exceptions to that confidentiality, and that is if an officer relays that they intend to commit a crime or have committed a crime, spousal abuse, any of those types of related activities, which you can see there outlined on page 6, then that confidentiality provision does not apply, making sure that public safety is still a priority concerning the types of communications that can be conducted during these peer support specialists. This bill is at a request of many of our law enforcement agencies across the state who are just seeking these additional protections for officers and having these communications with their peers, and to ensure the strength of our officers on our street to help fight crime in this great state. So with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Senator Whiteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On in support of the bill, as the one that's been a part of one of these sessions after a pretty gnarly wreck out on the interstate as a volunteer firefighter, I had no idea these weren't confidential. So it's a good catch for the bringer of the bill. These are important. You know, you drive every day out on my way home from work, I drive by that little cross on the side of the road, and it brings it right back. And bringing everybody that was on scene that night, caring for that person that we cared for. I mean, it all comes back, and having these sessions is important. So encouraging this to happen more often. I was reluctant to go because, you know, you just don't want to go to something like that, but you're too tough, whatever. But I think these are important, and I think I applaud the bringer of the bill for doing this. Thank you.
Ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Landon's, oh, I'm sorry. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good piece of legislation. I do have a question about page 5, paragraph B. The A paragraph makes a lot of sense, which is the direct confidentiality of the peer-to-peer discussion. I'm struggling to track the B paragraph, which sounds like it's supervisors having interactions with the peer support counselor perhaps, and based on my expectation of how this would play out, those would simply be the supervisors, presumably, of the team itself. And I guess I'm wondering how that confidentiality is going to work and whether you even want something along the lines of the B paragraph. A paragraph makes a lot of sense to me. I don't get what's going on in the B paragraph. Page 5, B paragraph.
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I look at the paragraph B, this relates to a system within an agency. So typically you'll have an employee assistance program that stands on top. Underneath that, you'll have a peer support team. And then underneath that, you'll have the peer support specialists. And this affords that the confidential communications associated with those interactions with the peer support specialist goes to the team, allowing them to discuss within that framework. That confidentiality applies under that whole umbrella of those layers associated with the employee assistance program, peer support specialist team of peer support specialist, is my interpretation of that.
We'll try it again. Question? All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 112, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 112 has passed committee of the whole. Next file for consideration is Senate File 108. Have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 108, Court Reporter Fees, District Court Discretion, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, an act relating to courts. Was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 108, Court Reporter Fees, District Court Discretion. There is a standing committee amendment. I would ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 108, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 8, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that amendment, and this is another good bill by the senator from Laramie County, so I would ask that you call on Senator Nethercott to walk you through this one.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, what you have here before you is allowing for court reporters to have their fees that they charge for transcripts be set by rule by the district courts. The purpose for this rule is that it's oddly located in statute for these court reporters. They have to come to the legislature to see if they can raise their per page fee for court reporting and transcripts, currently $3.25 a page. They're hoping to increase that fee, really, because it hasn't been done in 20 years. I felt it was somewhat overreach that the legislature has to raise that transcript fee, which is really paid for by the attorneys of the bar, ordering those transcripts from court reporters and paying those fees. And so by rule of the district court requires that rule to be published, noticed obviously to all of the public, but notably to all of the members of the bar who would be more subject to that fee or likely to pay attention to that fee than via legislation here within our body, probably not surprisingly to most of you. Notably, it's important to recognize that this has nothing to do with raising costs on the state. There's no financial impact, fiscal impact to the state really associated with this whatsoever. Our court reporters are required to supply their own equipment, which is important to know. So the machines that you see them typing on, they have to pay for those, maintain those themselves, which can be quite costly. And keep up with all of their training, printers, and other court reporting software. These transcript fees go directly back to them, associated with the costs for providing these services. So it's kind of this unique piece. Understanding the role that the district court plays, I was going to bring in my rule book. I brought it to the committee. The district court rule book is large, and they actually provide the structure for how court reporters operate within our courts. And so the uniform rule of district courts already governs how court reporters operate, which is how to provide a notice to a court reporter you need that their services, the time for transcribing those reports, when electronic audio is required in certain cases, what the rules are for stenographic notes, continuing certification and official court reporter requirements. This is all found in district court rules, including their equipment and supplies, and including also payment of fees, multi-defendant proceedings. Additionally, the court also provides a form for what invoices look like for these transcripts. And so it does make good sense to continue this particular piece associated with their per page transcript fee to be located within the rules of the district court. I hope you can see the wisdom of that. They certainly are anxious to get this passed. And really are asking for your support, as am I. Happy to stand for questions. I will discuss the standing committee amendment. The standing committee amendment has been moved by the chairman. Change the effective date to immediately. Call for the question on the standing committee amendment.
All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 108, please say aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
I guess I'm saying the standing committee amendment has passed the committee of the whole. Back on the bill. Questions being raised. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 108. Please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 108 has passed committee of the whole. Next file up for consideration is Senate File 116. I'll have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 116, Protection of Lawful Commerce in Firearms, sponsored by Senator Dockstader, an act relating to civil procedure, was referred to committee number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. By golly, this is another good one out of your Judiciary Committee, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 116, Protection of Lawful Commerce in Firearms. For an explanation of the bill, I would ask that you call on the fine sponsor from the Western Front, Senator Dockstader.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, I decided at my own time and expense, I'd go down and visit a big show in the state south of us that involves displays of firearms and so forth from manufacturers. I met up with a large contingency from Cheyenne. We toured and visited with the Wyoming people, the Wyoming folks who had their displays there and others, and sensed that Wyoming had a good reputation as a Second Amendment state as we went around, and that kind of led me to think, well, there's a little more that we could be doing. And so I bring you Senate File 116, Protection of Lawful Commerce and Firearms, creating immunity for the firearm manufacturers. Members of the Senate, once you get past the opening title, you just have the definitions, 4 of them there: ammunition, firearms, firearm accessories, manufacturer, and then you have the qualified civil liability action down in the final paragraph. Additional definitions on page 3, qualified products, seller, trade association, unlawful misuse, and then further explanation of the qualified products and so forth. But we needed to make sure that it wasn't just all encompassing. So we included the language that's not covered. It shall not apply to convicted felons. That's on page 4. We take care of that language. And then we take care of the knowingly language. Just can't knowingly put ourselves in they can't put themselves in a situation where they'd be immune. Like, for example, making false statements, or also if they have anything that's defect in manufacturing, that's not covered. So we added the knowingly language, and there's no immunity for death, physical injuries, or property related to defective equipment. And finally, on 6, we take care of the felon language. That's there on line 6. We include the felon language so that they're not covered. And we continue with that language down on towards the end. Folks, in full declaration, I have a manufacturer in my home area, and they've been there for a lot of years. They put out a quality product, but I didn't talk to them. This isn't brought to you because of them. It's brought to you because I just looked at the bigger picture. If we're trying to create a working business atmosphere in this state, this is one way to do it. So I bring you Senate File 116 to ask for your approval.
Senator Rockford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions, but I have some concerns also, because on one hand, you want to protect your industries and you want to protect commerce and you want to create an environment where business thrives in the state of Wyoming. We know that we're working on this and trying to diversify. The concern I have is that anytime we provide immunity, we tend to focus on the side of the entity that we're providing immunity for, and we like that entity, and therefore immunity must be good because we're helping that entity. But if this is with regard to civil procedure, as I understand it, and the fact that right now, Wyoming persons, Wyoming citizens, the public, our constituents, have access to a fair and balanced court where when they walk into the courtroom with a case in this space, we'll say, related to firearm manufacturers, when they walk into the courtroom at this point in time, justice would be blind. The scale would not have a thumb on one side of it. So the public and private sector, industry, as they enter the court, would have the same standing. Judge would listen, would look at the facts, look at the evidence, look at the specifics of the case, and then with or without a jury, depending on the circumstances, a conclusion would be made, findings would go along with those conclusions, and hopefully justice would be moved forward under the best of circumstances, that's what we aspire to. We spend a lot of time in this chamber, though, granting immunity, which is quite the opposite of what I just described. It says we're going to put our thumbs on the scale for someone, which means that we're taking away the rights of someone else, because regrettably it's a zero-sum game. If we're providing immunity to a corporation, we are taking away access to the courts for those that might have concerns with that particular corporation. So, Mr. Chairman, the question I have then as we look at this is, what is it that we're giving up on behalf of the people of the state of Wyoming? What rights to access the courts that they currently have are being waived on their behalf by this bill, so that they do not get to go make a claim? I like the exception language because a lot of these things make a lot of sense. In other words, the C paragraph. So this is a circumstance where we're calling out, except for these circumstances when the courts will have equal justice, when the courts will be blind under what we have in paragraph C. But Mr. Chairman, what I really want to know is what paragraph B is talking about. What are some scenarios where we're going to go into it and say, well, in these circumstances, the public does not have access to the courts, our constituents do not have access to the courts, because the Wyoming legislature, through this legislation, if we pass this legislation, has said no. The manufacturer is always right in these cases. There is no access to the court in these cases. And Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned because this bill does not lay out those cases. It only lays out the C paragraph of what isn't included. I really want to know some circumstances. Here are some findings of fact. Here are some examples where this legislation would simply say, in this type of a case, we will find for the manufacturer 100% of the time. Don't bother coming to court, people of Wyoming.
Senator Nether.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always sharing the concerns of the Senator of the Ivory Tower concerning access to the courts. I do see, though, that the act shall not apply in subparagraph B, Romanet 5, page 5, line 20. For death, physical injuries, or property damage resulting directly from a defect in the design or manufacture of the qualified product when used as intended or in a reasonably foreseeable manner, except for where that discharge of the product was caused by an act that constitutes a criminal offense. So that's a pretty solid protection associated with the failure to, if they make an unsafe product. So there is access to the courts in the traditional sense associated with any type of manufacturing of any product, firearm or not, for a failure to manufacture it properly. And so negligence actions are still allowed and immunity is not granted for that. So important to recognize that still exists, and there's still a duty on manufacturers of any products to make sure that they are manufactured as intended.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think I might share the concerns of the senator from the Ivory Tower if, in fact, the justice system, civil justice system, worked as a practical matter the way he describes. But what my understanding is, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is the case in this area almost never goes to a jury trial. There are ways to run the expenses of defending it up such that the manufacturer will settle out of court whether or not they've done anything wrong. And the purpose of one of these immunity statutes is to get a clear way for a case to be dismissed when it is really not without that much merit And when its real purpose is to put a stop to the manufacture of firearms. And I think that's the risk we're trying to guard against, because there are a set of people out there who want to do that and will use mechanisms like bringing legal actions with that intention. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, so I think that a bill like this is very much justified. I have a concern in the bill on page 4, lines 12 to 13, where it says bring action against a seller for negligent entrustment. And I'm not quite sure what negligent entrustment means, or what particularly concerns me, or negligence per se. My concern is that having that in the exceptions, where you can still bring a suit against the seller or the manufacturer, whichever, and not get it dismissed. With that exception there, I'm afraid the bill may be ineffective, and that exception is way too broad. And, Mr. Chairman, I hope we would get some discussion in Committee of the Whole on that, as to whether removing that particular provision, again, page 4, lines 12 and 13, whether removing that on second reading might not be a wise thing to do.
Senator, Vice President Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be looking for a little bit more information from the bringer of the bill. I too, in interest of full disclosure, have a firearms manufacturer in my district. We're proud to have them there. But I thought what I heard him say was he had not consulted with that manufacturer, but he thought it would be a good idea to bring this bill. And that's what gives me a little bit of pause. Because if I were a manufacturer, I'd want to know about it. I'd want to review it. I'd want my legal staff to review it. I assume that most of the language here comes right out of the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act passed in 2005. I don't know if it's identical, and if it gets amended as it goes through the process, that might cause more concern than it puts to bed. So I have sent it to my firearms manufacturer to see what their opinion is. I know what they're going to say. It's awful sudden, you know. We need a little bit of time. I'd like to hear a little bit more about reviewing or not reviewing what we're trying to help manufacturers with the manufacturers.
To that, good Senator, Natrona County would be open to that on page 4. And the reason I chose to move forward is I didn't want it to appear that I was taking a private bill and trying to run it through. I was looking at it more from the big picture, having seen the gun manufacturers from Wyoming at this big event, the state south of us, and felt like I didn't want to make it appear that I was trying to just do it for one particular company, but instead doing it for a bigger, broader picture. And it is patterned after federal law, and it does make sure that you can still have access to the courts through page 5, line 20. And as far as on one hand we do this, on the other hand we do that, no, I'd like to do this with both hands, get it done for our manufacturers, our gun manufacturers. Thank you.
Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From some level, I think it would be helpful for the bringer of the bill to identify those scenarios where a gun manufacturer could be sued in Wyoming if this law were in effect. Because the exceptions are broad. I think there's probably an inclination to look at the title of the bill and think that that under no circumstance can you sue a firearm manufacturer, and that is not the case. Under almost all circumstances of which you could now sue a gun manufacturer, still exist if this bill were to pass. So there's some scenarios that I'm running through in my mind, but curious to hear from the bringer of the bill what those might be. Ken.
No, when I put this together, I felt like needed to address it in terms of, is there a defect or was there certain kind of problem? If you delve into those individual cases, well, did they do it because of a desire to gain revenge or things like that? I think those are endless. I kept it broad for a reason, so that we could just simply take and offer these protections for a business in Wyoming. If one posing the questions feels like there's a scenario that would need to be further clarified, I'm open to do that, but I kept it broad for a reason.
Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 116, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Senate File 116 is passed committee of the whole. Majority Floor Leader.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to work through all the way to Senate File 113, which is not up there. So plan on sticking around here for a while, folks. We'll probably going to be 5:30 or later by the time we get through there. But for right now, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give staff just a 10-minute break. So if the Senate will stand at ease, the committee of the whole, Mr. Chairman, for 10 minutes to the sound of the gavel.
Lordy, have mercy. Thank you. That would have been embarrassing.
Advance for this job. Oh, you know what? I'm supposed to sign that on my home, aren't I? Yeah, there's a book or something in there, a log I'm supposed to sign. Okay, thank you. Folks looking Senate Bill 116.
Majority Floor Leader, ready to get to work? All right. Oh, I got to do the gavel, huh? Committee of the Whole come to order. The next item for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution 3. I'll have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Exemption for the Elderly and Infirm, sponsored by Senator Dockstader. A joint resolution to amend the Wyoming Constitution by authorizing a homeowner's property tax exemption for the elderly and infirm. Was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Beitman. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a do pass recommendation of Senate Joint Resolution 3. And for an explanation of the bill and dispensing of the Committee of the Whole amendment, I'll turn it over to the good senator behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Need a mic?
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is an amendment, and I'll have it read in at appropriate time. Members of the Senate, we brought this joint resolution last year. We passed it in committee 2 times. This side of the building, the other side of the building. We passed it on the floor here, and eventually it wasn't heard on the other side of the building. So bringing it back, it's all part of the discussion for property tax relief. I'm not allowed to use displays, but if I had a display, I'd show you big binders full of bills that haven't made it in property tax relief. This is a good solution, especially in relation to who it helps. Page 1, that puts it on the ballot in section 1. Submission to the electors needs to be ratified by a majority of the electors. Page 2, residential property may be exempt from taxation, may be exempt from taxation to preserve home ownership in Wyoming, the elderly and the infirm, may, and to preserve home ownership. I emphasize that for you. Secretary of State shall take care of the statement that's listed below. And the cost of that's roughly in the fiscal note about $44,000. In a time, members of the Senate, when inflation's out of control, supply chain issues are out there, gas prices are over the top, we're looking for one effort here. And the concern is, well, what do we do? Is this too far open? No, not really, because it needs a piece of legislation to follow it right behind it and put the sideboards on it and say, this is exactly what we're going to do. There's the copy and paste naysayers out there, and I'll just address those, that it only benefits a specific group of people. It addresses people whose incomes are not changing, especially the senior citizens. And I see those who are in our area, for example, who are trying to raise their families, doing 3-hour commutes a day, coming back to very small homes or modular units or trailers, and their situation isn't changing a lot. The only thing that's changing is skyrocketing inflation. So I brought this bill back. As far as it maybe redistributing the income, no, it doesn't do that at all. That's bad information. It's addressed just to those who got a fixed income. It's not reducing anybody's poverty. It's just helping those who are locked into where they're at, especially our seniors. Does it increase the workload? Minimal. If we sat around and worried about if we got a little extra work to do, then we wouldn't get anything done. Better to provide this opportunity to our seniors and those with the fixed incomes, set it up for them. And if you have any concerns, that's when we address it in statute. It doesn't happen in the resolution. The resolution just sets it up so we can find one more avenue to address our property tax problem in the state. Ask for your consideration.
Question being called?
Well, yeah, let me throw in the amendment. Got thinking about it. So the folks who run our local governments got a little concerned that they didn't have, that might pull some of their money away. So we did pass this with an amendment last year, and I'll bring you the amendment. Could I have it read in and then I'll explain it?
Senate Joint Resolution 3, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 10, after.
And members of the Senate, I move this, as I already explained it, move first reading amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3, Committee of the Whole. And I'll leave this one up to you. If you feel like local governments need a backfill in there, that would be fine. They said they would feel more comfortable with that, so I brought it forward for your consideration and ask for the vote on the amendment.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the amendment, property tax, while local government certainly is a part of property tax, up to 12 mils for a county, 8 mils for a municipality, approximately 42 mils is education, either 25, 12, or 6. And so my question is this actually talking about all of the property taxes that would be available or just the local government component? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Mr. Chairman, to that point is, what is a potential fiscal impact to the state should this be implemented at its full level? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on the amendment. I'm probably going to be rising against the amendment. I don't think this needs to be in the constitutional amendment language. We could probably deal with this in statute if it is the will of the body, but I guess my question for the bringer of the amendment, why does it need to be in the language to adopt the constitutional amendment? Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and just to kind of tag on to my colleague from Campbell County, it's not just schools, it's community colleges could have mill levies, you could have fire districts that have mill levies. Solid waste disposal districts have mill levies, so if we could just get some clarification, does that across on all local mill levies or is it specific to the county's contribution? So just clarification on that.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have a question about how this would play out that's kind of different than what we have now. We have a property relief program, which I think is a pretty important program, which addresses effectively the same folks in the state of Wyoming in what is effectively the equivalent way, but it's very targeted in terms of how the legislature wants to redistribute. In other words, we cannot relieve taxes for property tax pursuant to the Constitution, but what we end up doing right now is providing a rebate for effectively the same type of folks that are low income and are in need. Now, I do understand that there's a timing problem with that, but I'm trying to understand what's different with this in place versus now, where we effectively bring in revenue and then we take general fund revenue and pay for it as an action of the legislature with the choice of each budget. So a little more information on how this changes our practice where we kind of have a common practice right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Doxton.
Thank you. Last year, we treated local government as all-encompassing. I'll leave this one up to you. It's, we could easily go into statute and address more specifically what you're going to do with the districts or the schools or the colleges and so forth. And yes, there is a program out there, but at least what I'm told, they're not seeking and using that refund program. This allows us to move into statute and create a little more solid situation for two groups on a fixed income and living in a time when it's very difficult. I don't see a lot of changes coming with that real soon. I see every one of your areas going through this challenge now. It used to be just a a regional area. Now it's the whole state has this situation. So that's why I brought the bill. But on the amendment, this is up to you how you want to address that individually. That was at the request of our local government folks. Call for the question.
Okay, the question's been called on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File, or Joint Resolution 3. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed? No? Committee of the Whole. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has failed the Committee of the Whole.
On the bill.
Back on the bill. Well, yeah, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Back on the bill. Okay. Question being called, oh, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question on some of the drafting here. Why do we need in when you look at the body of the proposed constitutional amendment on page 2, starting at line 4, we clearly need the first clauses here. Residential property may be exempt from taxation. Why do we need to preserve home ownership in Wyoming for the elderly and infirm? Why do we need that phrase in there? Especially the part about the home ownership. And second, why do we, on page 2, line 9, why don't we just put a period after part and remove that as it determines necessary for the purposes of this section? What's the point in having that language, which is purpose clause kind of language, in this constitutional amendment? Why can't we simplify that a little?
Senator Dockstader.
Oh, wait, let me gather up another question.
Senator Beitman.
My question is regarding do we really need a constitutional amendment to do this exemption when Article 15, Section 12 provides that the legislature can provide exemptions as they see fit? Just what was the discussion on that? I'm sure it's been discussed before my time, but I don't know if that Article 15, Section 12 applies here or not. So maybe let's talk about that.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, I was wondering the same thing in relation to the support of the poor. But another question for the bringer of the bill is what kind of thought was given with respect to the rising value of all of the properties out there? This past fall, walking neighborhoods and visiting with constituents, had a lot of visits about this, and I would always ask, well, is that the value of your property has gone up dramatically? Is that something you want to share back with the state? Every one of them said no, but I just wonder if there was any thought given to what that piece looks like if we go in this direction. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, to answer the question of why Section 1512 isn't adequate, Section 1512 provides for total exemption of property. It says shall be exempt from taxation, and such other properties legislature may by general law provide. With Section 12, you would say if somebody was elderly and disabled, maybe they get exemption from the whole of the property. You couldn't do a partial one. And that might have big implications. For example, if you start talking about county with very high taxation rates like Teton County. So in order to be able to craft a remedy that fits everywhere, you need this constitutional amendment with the in whole or in part language.
Senator Case.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Rising in support of the legislation. You know, we've got several pieces in the Constitution that come to bear on this. One is Article 15, Section 11, that talks about the uniformity of assessment. Basically says we have to tax all property the same within the classifications that we have. And so one of those classifications is all other property. The one that we all know so well is minerals. Minerals is the first classification at 100% of value, then industrial classification at 11.5% of value, and then all other property, including ag, at 9.5% of value. What this amendment does, or what this proposed constitutional amendment, would allow us to separate the residential property out of that class if it people that meet particular criteria that are already in our Constitution is about the poor. I think that this is a good limiting factor. Otherwise, we're going to be arguing about all residential property or all other property. And by limiting it to people that are elderly, and we can and poor, we can give relief to where it's needed. It limits the program, but the legislature, of course, will be able to prescribe with statute who fits the program. That's not done with this amendment. So a person that's elderly could be 60 years old or more. We could have other criteria about that they lived in their house for a certain amount of time. You know, the people that are caught living in their homes where the home has gone up in value, that's unquestionable, but their income hasn't risen to match. And if their income hasn't risen to match, that's kind of by definition poor, if you want my opinion. So I think this is just a wonderful targeted approach to granting tax relief. And I think that it's a good idea for the legislature in the future when we look at this. There's only so much we can do because can't give it generally, but that we can decide at that time whether we want to reimburse counties and other government entities or not. So I support this amendment. I think it gets right at who we want to help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions I have in this bill are, you know, who determines age and elderly and poor, I guess. You know, if you have somebody in Teton County that's, you know, 85 years old and they don't necessarily need that relief, how do you determine that, or who determines who qualifies and who doesn't? Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and my question gets to the last sentence on there where it talks about the legislature may provide for residential property to be exempt from taxation in whole or in part as it determines necessary for the purpose of this section. I'm just wondering if that's either too broad or too narrow, because I'm not exactly sure what that does. And so my concern is you may have somebody that's on fixed income, but the property that they're sitting in is worth millions and millions of dollars. And what happens in that case? Can we go in there and put means test? My concern is there's no way to get to the means testing, I think, within the constitutional amendment here. How much is, I understand you're on fixed income, but your net worth, your home in this case, may be worth $3 or $4 or $5 million. And I don't know how you calculate that into a means test to say you're basically a millionaire, you just live very frugally on a very small income. And so what's the implications of that? And the way I read the constitutional amendment, I don't know that that language gives the legislature the ability to go in there and prescribe any means testing, that you have to be 150% over the Wyoming cost of living index or federal poverty level. And how do you calculate that? And my concern is the loophole there that we may be granting property tax relief to, in fact, that somebody that is a multimillionaire. And I understand the issue real clear, but I don't know that the amendment would allow us to go in there and require a means test. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that broad enough or narrow enough that is the legislature can do all or part, but does that include the ability to go in there and means test under this constitutional amendment? I don't know that question, but that's my single biggest concern.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just rise to semi-withdraw the question that I asked a little bit earlier. It kind of comes to me, and the light bulb's coming on a little bit with this. This might be an umbrella under which we can have this exact debate. If it is sufficiently umbrella-like to cover what's been brought up today, and as it moves through the process, I think we can take a look at that. But I'm beginning to realize that this really provides that umbrella. And then we come back in, if the voters want this and pass it, we can come in and have the conversations that were just brought up at the back of the room or by my colleague from Natrona County and mine. You know, what do we do with the value of these properties? And what about means testing? All of those things, I guess, can come a little bit later, and maybe the bringer of the bill can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that seems to be where we're headed with this. So thank you.
Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll be able to decide that, whether we want to have a means test or not as we go forward. The purpose is to support the poor. And, you know, if you're sitting on a $2 million house in Teton County, you've lived in it since the 1960s, perhaps. If you were to sell it, you can't afford anything else. There's no place you could go. Are you poor or not? I kind of think if you can't, you're more on the poor side in that circumstance in Teton County than you are in my county. We'll have a chance to all discuss that. But this amendment gives us latitude to ask these questions, to develop programs that fit within the amendment. Means testing certainly would fit if we decide to go there, but we are trying to get at, right, the ability of people to pay their taxes and stay in their homes. And if usually that's an elderly person, they may not necessarily be poor because their house is valuable, but they really don't have any other options. There are other programs, and some that will be coming through this legislature about maybe loaning money to people, getting a deferral of their taxes that has to be paid back. Those are all tools that we're going to have in the toolbox. This one's a special tool. It says we can provide for the property to be exempt from taxation, whole or in part. I kind of doubt that we're going to do much of the whole, except for in very special circumstances, perhaps. But it is one of the tools that we need to provide tax relief. It's not the only one. It's not the only one that's going to come out of this session. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to express my the joy I have in actually being able to engage in debates like this and try to understand the complexity, because it is fascinating, and it's a privilege to be here. That's true. I've said this to some of you offline, and I want to say it out to the world that it truly is remarkable. My question is, Article 15, Section 11 was referred to by several of the folks talking. But we didn't get down to C and D. C and D, legislation shall not create new classes. To me, this is, or subclasses. This is a subclass. So should we be going into subsection C and saying except for reasonable support of the poor? D says all taxation shall be equal and uniform within each class. I would suggest that probably goes to subclass as well. So my question is, maybe this amendment is correct, but is it placed correctly? Because will it actually cause a contradiction within the Constitution, within the article of the Constitution that deals with taxation and property? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, but on the last point first. I think that's the reason for the first portion of the sentence on line 4, page 2, notwithstanding any other provision of this article. Those provisions just listed are within the article, and assuming that they also don't have notwithstanding, which they don't, this provision then would take precedence and override those prior. So I don't think the rest needs to be amended, assuming that that language stays in place. My question, though, Mr. Chairman, is one of the things we've been talking about is specifically low income and means testing. As drafted, line 6, where we have homeownership in Wyoming for the elderly and infirm. So this program could only apply to the elderly or infirm as defined. If necessary for the support of the poor is a modifier then on elderly and infirm. So the assumption is that if there was a means test or some type of testing as to whether or not this is support of the poor, it would still apply to the set of elderly and infirm. Mr. Chairman, the question I have is that the intent? Because I feel like we could imagine circumstances where you had low-income single mother with 3 kids and the property taxes went through the roof. It would be very reasonable for this body and the body across the building to say, oh, well, maybe we need to have some provisions that would provide relief if we're going forward with this constitutional amendment for that particular family unit. That would not be allowed under this as drafted. So the question, Mr. Chairman, is that the intent to exclude that type of circumstance, or would a tweak to the language be of interest to allow for circumstances such as the one I described?
Vice President Kinski.
Thank you. First, I want to start by saying I share my veterinarian's joy in being able to discuss policy like this. I still, the bill title's great. I think it would pass. I just don't know what it would change. We already have a means-tested property tax reduction program on the books. And how can we do that? Well, because the Constitution says we can take care of the poor. And the only deficiency in it is that the income levels need to be raised and the asset test needs to be raised, or in the case of some counties, completely eliminate the asset test. So if somebody's sitting on a $2 million house in a certain county, so it looks like they're rich, but they're stuck with their Social Security and their retirement funds, we just get rid of it. This is going to take years to work through the constitutional amendment, whereas an amendment to the existing property tax refund program is just a majority here and in the other house. So I just don't know what it's going to change because we already seem to have this relief on the books. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it seems like the county I live in has been talked about a little bit, thought I'd get up. Yes, the answer. The first question, we do have a program, and it's a great program. It's means tested. It's funded. But the problem is funding's been spotty. 4 years ago, some of us had to fight on this floor to get $500,000 in that program. Then a couple of years ago, during the tier 2, tier 3 cuts that I think some of us on joint appropriations remember so well, it got cut to zero. Zeroed out, because it wasn't a priority. And yes, there is, I call it my little old lady fund. And yes, it's for one little old lady that I know very well. She and her husband got married in the 50s. They bought 2 lots in a subdivision in town. Bought them for $5,000 a piece, put a $25,000 house right in the middle so their kids would have a place to play. Now dad's gone, the kids are gone, mom's there, she's in her 90s. She's on a fixed income as her husband was a truck driver and worked for the local grocery store. And she's sitting on $2 million, now $3 million worth of property, and has a tax bill of like $13,000. So now, come December, she's faced with the choice of not buying her medicine, not buying food, or making sure that she has enough to lay over to pay her taxes. Is she rich? Yeah. Like a lot of ranchers. Land rich, cash poor. That's why this bill is necessary. Funding is uneven. It can go with the whim of the legislature at any time. We need to set some barriers here. And I know that this is now becoming more of an issue in each of your counties to greater and lesser extent. But folks, and it's going to take a couple of years, as my good friend, the chairman of our committee mentioned, it's going to take a couple of years to work this out, Mr. Chairman. But I tell you, it's going to be a fight worth having. It's going to be a discussion worth having, because the longer the time goes, the more it will affect your counties, the more it'll affect, because people want to live in Wyoming, because we've worked hard for that. We've worked hard for it in my county for a long time. You've worked hard for it. It's a lifestyle, it's a living. It's going to continue. People are buying houses today in the land of Goshen, sight unseen. They're buying houses all over this state without even looking at them, because they want a piece of something that we have. And so, Mr. Chairman, this is a problem that's going to be coming to our door in greater and greater extent every year. Let's get on the ride right now, and on and for. And I know we can work these problems out. They're big problems, I get it. But we can work this out. The people of this state and my friend in East Jackson deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the bill. Let me say I agree entirely with what the previous speaker just said. I think that expresses the need for the bill very well. What I want to talk about is the means testing. There was very good discussion of that earlier, but I think we need to broaden our horizons a little as we think about means testing. Mr. Chairman, it seems to me if we pass this, we could have a means test that, for example, take the example, Mr. Chairman, that was just used of the elderly individual in Jackson who's wealthy because of the property. Well, if we thought that's where the real problem is, we could have a means test that excluded the house and the lot, either in whole or in part. And maybe that one we would do in whole. So that would be a part of the means test. Take that and take it out, see how much actual cash they have. Or we could do a means test that was graduated. It didn't kick in, you didn't get an exemption until the net income got over one level, and then you could use a higher level for more valuable properties. There's any number of ways you can structure this thing in a means test. It doesn't have to be just your income is more or less than figure X. And I think that's an important thing to understanding this bill. So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to get that on the record so we know that we are clearly giving ourselves flexibility by putting in this language about the necessary support of the poor. Because I think, Mr. Chairman, we're going to need that flexibility as we develop the statutes to deal with this. So, on and for the bill.
Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that long list that my colleague from Bates Creek went through, but you don't have to have a constitutional amendment to do that. You could do that right now through statutes and put a graduated means test in place. But to my colleague from Teton County, that's not the only program out there for the scenario that he discussed with his little old ladies. We also have this program on the books in the laws, and it's called property tax deferral. And it's elected by the counties if they want to implement it. And what that does is you don't pay any property tax for the little old lady in Teton County. She doesn't pay anything. But the program says in exchange for that, for let's use the example we talked about, that $5 million estate, even though she's on fixed income. So the county can adopt a program that says, we're not going to charge you any property taxes. Zero. But in exchange for that, when you die and the property is sold and transferred, the county then collects whatever back taxes that they deferred off of that property. That program's already on the books. And my understanding is there's only one and maybe two counties that have adopted that. We don't need a constitutional amendment. I think all the tools that we need can be done in the statutory framework. Local governments can do that. And the reason people choose not to do that, Mr. Chairman, is because they want to do intergenerational equity transfer. So if you have $5 million and you've over a period of 15 or 20 years accrued $30,000 or $40,000 or even $100,000 in property taxes, rather than enroll in that program and participate, you'd rather give that to your beneficiaries of whatever that estate is. That's a choice. Counties can do a lot of this now. We have the property tax rebate. We could structure everything in statutes to do a means test for the elderly and infirmed. I'm with my colleague from Sheridan County. Everything that I hear that we want to do in here either already exists on the book or we can do it through the current statutory framework. And so I just don't see the need to put it on a constitutional amendment, Mr. Chairman, but I would defer to my colleague and maybe he can explain why we wouldn't do this in statutes and through these existing programs.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So this bill creates an opportunity to change the Constitution to provide for an exemption that's narrowly targeted. An exemption, whole or in part. None of the existing programs do that now. There's broad talk about statutorily, can we do an exemption? We had the LSO, they produced a memo on it, it's available for all of you guys, to say, when do we have constitutional problems? This one, no constitutional problems. We're asking the people to change the Constitution to let us do this. To create an exemption potentially is a constitutional problem because it may be creating another class. So if we do that by statute, it's not cut and dry. All right? The good senator brought up the property tax deferral program. I think it's speculative to say why people don't use that program or not. On paper, the program should be popular because your house goes up by so many times more than the amount of your property tax goes up. If you have 80 mills in your county and you'd have the 9.5% assessment ratio, that gives you a ratio of property value increase to tax dollar increase of $1 in taxes to $131 increase in the value of your home. Now, of course, this isn't a real estate appraisal. This is the camera system. It's a blanket appraisal system. But that sounds like there would be a lot of leverage there. But the problem with the program that is on the books, I think it's not that you don't want to give, it's such a small amount that you're taking away from your heirs because of that ratio of 1 to 131. It's a very de minimis amount. The real reason people don't want to use that program is they have to go to their government and ask for it. They have to go to the county commissioners. Everybody knows that they're doing it, and they don't like to do it. They don't want a handout. So I think that's more important consideration in the deferral program than the intergenerational preserving wealth for the transfer, because it's small potatoes in the big picture of things. We have other bills coming, Mr. Chairman, about the deferral program, changing its structure. There are other ideas about that. Move it away from the counties or create a tax relief authority. But we'll see how people will use those new programs should they be implemented. But I don't think that that's a reason that because we have an existing program that's not well utilized, that's very intrusive into people's world, that's not a reason not to pass this bill. So on and for the bill. Let's get her done.
Senator Anderson.
On and for the resolution, we've heard discussion that any of the counties can do this at any time. I think one of the reasons the counties don't do this is they're giving away their own revenue. So that was why that amendment to this constitutional amendment was so important, that the counties wouldn't foot the bill for this, the state would foot the bill for it. And I still think that's who ought to be footing the bill, not the counties. Obviously, we've given the counties a few years to do that, and they've decided not to do it, except I heard we had one county that did it. So obviously, they're not going to do it. We need to step up and reimburse them so they can go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you for the discussion. What we have is not working. So that's why I'm bringing this resolution. It's time to put the template in place, the big umbrella that was said, and then move the statutes in behind it and get the job done. The reason I put home ownership in there, it's because I repetitively hear from people saying our home ownership is in question in Wyoming. Ask for your support.
Ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with favorable recommendation of Senate Joint Resolution 3, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? Division. All in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 3, please stand. Okay, you have a. Okay, those against, please stand. Senate Joint Resolution 3 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is, next bill for our consideration is Senate File 54. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, would you please announce the totals of the vote?
Yes. Yes, those in favor were 19, those against 11. Okay, our next bill for consideration is Senate File 54. I'll have the reading clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 54, Judges Housing Allowance, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee, an act relating to courts, was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, Nethercott, and Salazar. Senator Kinski, chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 54, Judges Housing Allowance. This was an interim committee bill that came to our Judiciary Committee here during the session. And with appreciation, I would ask that you call on Senator Nethercott for an explanation of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, for the same reason as to why we need property tax assistance, we need a housing allowance option for some of our district judges across the state. The Joint Judiciary Committee did support this effort during the interim and recognizes the need for it. All other state employees have the ability to receive a housing allowance based on property values in those communities. And so the judicial branch is asking for parity with other state employees. Of course, everyone goes to Teton County, which is, of course, a primary concern here in this bill. Historically, however, this concern was brought up out of Campbell County when it was going through a boom, and there was a need to locate judges there with affordable housing. I know there's probably a serious lack of empathy or understanding concerning this challenge because, holy cow, those district court judges, they make so much money, $160,000. Well, what to you is the demographic of a district court judge? What is their age? Are they married with a family? Do you think that we need judges in Teton County? By the way, they need to reside in the district where they work. I'd like you now to Google houses for sale, Jackson, Wyoming. You too can buy a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment for $650,000. That is the lowest housing opportunity that you can find in that district. Where will the spouse and children live? With the judge in the 1-bedroom, 1-bath? Will the judge be commuting through Hoback Junction? They can't live in Idaho. Is the request reasonable? Recognizing that we need judges in the northwest corner of the state. Again, I urge you to look at houses. Now you're actually looking for a 3-bed, 2-bath home at the prime of your career with your kids heading off to college. It's a real concern. So the court is asking for this ability to provide a housing allowance. There is a standing committee amendment. Can I have that read in?
Senate File 54, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 15, after.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 54. To explain this bill, I would call on one of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee to explain this amendment.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I apologize for not moving that standing committee amendment earlier. Appreciate the senator doing that. We had a good discussion in committee. It was decided, and one of the members of the committee offered an amendment that goes into line 15 and reduces what we would provide for a judge or a justice who moves to that particular county or to a county that we target with this assistance, and limit that for 12 months upon that move. And after the 12 months, that stipend would go away. So that is the amendment. It restricts it to a little bit of an allowance and a little bit of help to entice a judge to move to one of those counties, and I would stand for any questions. If there are none, I would call for the question.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the Standing Committee amendment, I think this leads to an absurd result, and I think probably was intending to provide moving expenses costs for 12 months, but the reality is any judge residing in that community needs the housing allowance for the duration of which they live in that community, so long as the housing prices justify that allowance. And that gets evaluated periodically, I believe annually, based on housing prices, and that's consistent, again, with other state employees. So it's important to recognize, too, all other employees of the court receive this housing allowance but the judge or judges within that district. So on and against the amendment, because it just leads to this absurd result of a temporary expenditure of funds, but does not really resolve the issue.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, as the author of this absurd amendment, I'd like to discuss it. So, Mr. Chairman, one thing we do know is that in places like the northwest part of the state, that the housing prices are going up. Those houses don't belong to the state of Wyoming. They belong to the people that own those houses. When a judge is appointed, they don't always come from the district where they are, but they frequently do. So if we have an attorney practicing in the northwestern part of the state, they apply to be a judge. The Judicial Nominating Committee and the governor facilitate that, and they're appointed. You know what? They probably already own a house. They have a house already. A house that's value is going up at the market rate in Teton County. They bought it previously, and you know, their new job with their old house is the perfect pairing. And when they get old and maybe can't pay their taxes, they can sell that house for buku bucks. And maybe move to that retirement community and maybe near Lander. I'd invite him to come. But Mr. Chairman, we don't have any upside in this housing allowance. These judges are going to own their houses by and large, and they're going to benefit from the appreciation of those houses. Yeah, it might be a bit of a struggle to get in, but we're giving a housing allowance, and they own their houses. They're not ordered to be there. They seek these jobs. Now, with respect to the temporary one, give them a little benefit because it's pretty tough to move into Teton County. I give you that. 12 months may not be the right amount, but to help get in a place, which will then start to appreciate faster than and be a source of wealth, I think is a good compromise. Come back and extend that length of 12 months to 24 months. But remember, by and large, most of these judges already reside there. They already own a home, and they seek the job voluntarily.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I'm confused by the amendment. Then the amendment should read, unless the judge already owns a home in the district for which they are being appointed. That would seem to resolve that issue. But instead, the situation is no one applies for a job that they can't afford to live in the community. That's not good judging, right? You look at the job, the location. Can I afford to move there? Can I afford to buy a home there? I'm not renting apartments at 55. And the answer is no. And so how many applicants do you get from across the state? Are you getting the best and the brightest applicants to serve in the judicial branch? Or are you just getting those who already own a home in the county of which they're applying for? That's the answer to this solution. So I on and against the amendment, defeat the amendment, and if there wants to be a second reading amendment associated with cannot apply to judges who may receive the appointment if they already own a home in the district.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, I do think that it makes the bill impractical because it sounds to me like the reason you can't get judges there is they have cash flow problems, and taking it away after a year doesn't solve those. What I would suggest we do is defeat this amendment, then think about getting creative on second reading, maybe put in a provision to recapture a part of that allowance when the home is sold or the judge dies or something like that. I think we can maybe be creative about it, but I think this amendment keeps the bill from working effectively.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, with all due respect to the senator who wrote it, the Buku senator from Popoji River Country, I think it needs some changes and could be done in the second reading and clean it up as one of the senators from Laramie County has spoke. Thank you.
Ready for the question?
Mr. Chair.
Now, Senator Case.
Coming from the Buku land, it says you get the money every month for 12 months if you move to the district. I think that's clear. Maybe it's not. And maybe a second reading is, Jennifer, but I think it is very clear. I think the lawyers are trying to play a fast one on a small-minded rural school, Buku County people, but we're going to stand our ground.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the good senator from Buku land. Once again, let's keep our eye on the ball here. Every state employee right now gets a housing allowance for living in Teton County based on the cost of living. Mr. Chairman, you're a banker. Just go through your mind on this one, and all the rest of you business people, help me out because I know you're out there. $160,000 plus as a salary, $1.5 million for a home for a married couple, a family of 4. Minimum, probably closer to 2. It's easy for me. I can do it. Let me tell you, real easy. I bought my home in 1986 for $75,000. I paid the owner $500 for a washing machine, and she put in 5 cords of wood. That was our deal. I sold the house in 2017 for $750,000. Bought a house down the street for $920,000. Today it's worth $2.5 million. I own a business. I've owned it for 40 years. I make a pretty good 6-figure income, more than the judge by at least about $100K. I could not afford that home if I bought it square today, walking in to buy my own home. It's only because I owned that home in 1986 and have owned one ever since, which is the saying in Jackson, buy when you can, trade if you have to, never sell, ever. Because if you sell, you're out of the game. That's why this bill is important. On and against the amendment, please help our judges, help our state employees. Thank you.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if all this is available to all state employees, I thought officers of the court were state employees, and this money would have to come through the budget process. So I think it's already available to us if we wanted to do this in that process that we call the budget. So why do we need a statute if they are state employees and if we have a budget process? We'll have to approve anyway. So whatever we put in statute, we have to fund because we are the funding entity, the appropriators. So what can't we do now that this bill would allow us to do? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 54, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. I'm in doubt. So those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Okay, those opposed, please stand. Okay. All right. I'll vote yes, so 21 to, yeah. Okay, the vote, the noes, the ayes were very vocal. So those in favor were 10, those against 20. So standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 54 has failed the committee of the whole. So we're back on the bill. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to support this bill, but I do have a concern that comes from the Education Committee, honestly, over the last however many years, where we've contemplated the same problem, but don't think $160,000 a year salary, scale that salary back to $60,000 to $65,000, and then try to buy a home in the same market that we just heard. And it's an incredible challenge. One of the difficulties there, though, is that trying to come up with then a salary or a supplement or something along those lines that actually gets you into that market is incredibly challenging. It's not just a little bump and then all of a sudden you can buy a home. It is orders of magnitude more than is available. So the remedy here is a challenge. It's been a challenge for a long time. And getting into perhaps some similar concepts to what the good tall senator from Natrona County talked about, which is providing an augmentation of income, but then recognizing that on a sale, perhaps some of that comes back so that it's not just additional wealth generation. These are the types of topics that probably need to be explored, recognizing that in some places it's not even in the same ballpark, and that we need to be thinking of things perhaps a little outside the box. So it has to be addressed. I support the bill at this point in time, but there are no easy solutions here.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one thing that I'd like some clarification on is just that spouse component. You know, in the debate, we've heard discussion about 160, you can't, raise a family in Teton County, buy a house for that amount, have kids. I love looking at real estate in Jackson. I do it all the time. And you're right, the cheapest thing you can find in Teton County is about $650,000, a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit. But my experience is, and to the prior speaker's point as well, these individuals often have spouses, and that's what makes this all work. And so that's one thing that's missing from this is a consideration of what the spouse brings to the table. So, just looking at the escalating costs, and, the good senator from Teton County said it well, this is how people build wealth. I am a little concerned about subsidizing some of that at the end of the day. And so if we could either have some discussion to allay that concern or look at a future amendment, but that's my biggest concern about the way this is crafted in its present form.
Senator McEwen.
Frankly, I'm a bit confused with what we're doing here this session. I listened to the first 2 weeks of how our constituents can't afford food. We have to help them with this and we have to help them with that. And I empathize with that. And yet here we are, we're taking care of state employees when people who live in the state can't eat. So we're going to make sure they live well, and the rest of them that are in the area that we're talking about live in Idaho and drive treacherous roads where we want to put a high occupancy vehicle lane in. But, oh, by the way, let's take care of our own first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I can take us home on this. Just a couple of points to be made. First of all, statutory limitations come into play here. One is that statutorily, we dictate what these judges are paid, and that limits it to salary. I can't state it any better than my colleague behind me just stated. We ran into this same issue on the Transportation Military Affairs Committee, which you served with me, Mr. Chairman, and honestly, I'm deeply concerned that our troopers can't live in the western part of the state. We can't find any snowplow drivers who can live in that part of the state. And I share the concern on the education front, all the way across the board. It really doesn't matter what demographic you're talking about. And so that's the consideration here. It goes to the point of when it comes time for us to fill a vacant position up in the western part of the state, do we want the best pool possible and the ability to hire the best judge, the best future judge possible? And if we do, then we've got to do something about this disparity that puts up a huge roadblock for somebody who has to try to move into that part of the world. I realize that this ended up on one of the blacklists, and I got the emails too, hundreds of them. I'm not sure that some of our constituents who wrote those emails understood all that we have debated today. We've got serious issues up in that part of the state. I hope you'll support moving this along. We can work it. If we still have a lot of heartburn on third reading, we can do whatever. But this is a policy discussion in one little part of our statutes, and boy, is it a bigger issue than this. But I hope you'll support the bill. Thank you.
Question being called. All of those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of the Senate File 54, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Yeah, division. Those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. Okay, the vote is those in favor 16, those opposed 15. So Senate File 54 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for consideration is Senate File 61. And there's a note here for those with paper copies, check your inbox for a complete copy of the bill. The version in the desk drawer is missing pages of the bill, so I'll pass that on. So I would have the clerk please read the bill.
Senate File 61, Legislature Per Diem, sponsored by the Management Council, an act relating to per diem rates. It was referred to Committee Number 12, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Driscoll, Grew, Hicks, and Rothfuss. No, Senator Kinski. Senator Kinski, Chairman. was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, and Nethercott. No, Senators Kinski and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
What is your pleasure? Vice President Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation to Senate File 61. We have an amendment which I'll move in a moment. Just circling back to the corrected copy, you'll know you have the right copy. It should be in your middle box, and it will have 3 pages. The incorrect one goes straight from page 1 to page 3. The online version is complete. So I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I would move Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate File 61, urge the body. Oh, excuse me, thank you.
Senate File 61, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, lines 15 and 16, delete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 61, urge the body's favorable consideration. This is something that just makes the language a little bit easier and clearer, so if you'll follow along. On page 1, you strike lines 15 and 16. On page 2, you strike lines 1 through 7. And the language that is substitute instead is in the amendment. To read, the per diem amount to be received by each member of the legislature for expenses shall be equal to an amount determined on July 1 of each year by the state auditor that is equal to the most recent per diem rates established by the United States General Services Administration for locations within Wyoming. So without going into the merits or not of the bill, this is simply an amendment that, if the bill were to pass, makes it clearer. So I'll see if there's any questions on the amendment. Question on the amendment.
All right. All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 61, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
amendment has passed Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now for an explanation of this bill, I will turn it over to Senator Barlow.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members of the Senate, this bill came out of work that the Management Council did in the past interim, actually 2 interims if you want to be complete, and where a subcommittee was assigned to go out and examine all of the components of legislative remuneration, compensation, if you will, the pay, per diem, travel, etc. So there's actually a suite of 4 bills. The Senate has 2, the House, our colleagues at the other end have a couple as well. This one happens to be the per diem. And let's be clear, per diem is it can be handled in 2 ways currently. You can actually turn in your receipts and get paid for actual expenses. And I know I've spoken with several of you, and that's what you do, because the per diem rate that we have does not cover the expenses. And as we've had in the last 2 bills, we know those areas of the state that are quite a bit more than the average, if you will, significantly higher, I think was the verbiage out of the last bill. So what this bill does is it strikes in the amendment that was just adopted, it strikes the 109, which is the set rate, and it goes to a variable rate, the variable rate based on the federal government's rate. And that actually, there's 4 rates in Wyoming. 2 of them are seasonal, and 2 of them are, I guess, season or year-long. One of them has to do with that community or that area in the Northwest, and then there's a couple other communities within those areas that have seasonal rates that get adjusted because of this. So again, this is about not what our pay is. This is about reimbursing people on a flat rate basis per day of service. Now, as you will also know, it's a policy of the council that oversees matters in our interim and during the session that you can waive all or part of your per diem. So as I review, you can take full per diem, half, quarter, or waiving per diem. As you'll recall, many of you who served during the last 2 years, We did not spend a lot of money because many of us waived our per diem when we were meeting remotely from our home or from an office or wherever. We were not having those expenses. So many of us waived per diem or a portion of per diem as they felt appropriate. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually trying to take this discussion out of the political realm, put it into the realm of, look, there are real expenses. There's a separate agency, a separate entity in our federal government that sets these rates for all other employees, and that's where we are. For me, and we can talk about whether we want to raise our own rates. Probably more powerful for me is that there are about 400 plus people that are whose per diem is tied to the legislative rate. Those are the people who serve on our boards and commissions. All those entities out there, including the Judicial Nominating Commission, including the Livestock Board, including all these different entities that we've talked about as we talk about these things. They do not receive any compensation, i.e. pay, as we do. They simply receive, for their service to the state of Wyoming, on behalf of us, on behalf of the citizens, they simply receive, hopefully, enough to cover their costs to do the work. And if we call the chief executive of our judicial branch, when she gave her State of the State, how many, just taking that one example, the judicial nominating, the communities and the amount of travel that they did, I believe it was for 19 different nominations that they were responsible for, I think in the last year, and I apologize if my numbers are incorrect. So ladies and gentlemen, there's two appropriations in this, actually two appropriations. One is to the legislative branch in section 2, page 2, for 125 days, $125,000. That would be built into our next fee bill. The second one is for those to the auditor's office that talks about all those boards and commissions. That's the best estimate. That's the estimate we have from them. And then there are state boards and commissions that are not part of a general fund budget. That one that deals with transportation, or that one that deals with wildlife, et cetera. And they are authorized in this to also match the per diem rate that we would set for ourselves should this bill be put into effect. There'll be a question about whether this is an emolument, whether this is a benefit that we can't inure onto ourselves as sitting legislators. It is the advice that we've received that per diem does not fall in that category. If it were a salary, certainly we could not raise our own salaries, but because this is a means of reimbursing us for actual expenses incurred or expenses that could be incurred in the carrying out of our duties, this is not emolument. If there is concern about that, we can change the effective date, or we can delay the effect so that none of the folks in the 67th legislature could take advantage of that. So, Mr. Chairman, with that is the essence of the bill, and I'd be glad to stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion to, okay. Senator Kinski's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with favorable recommendation of Senate File 61, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 61 has passed the committee of the whole. Our next bill for consideration is Senate File 114. If the clerk would please read the bill.
Senate File 114, Constitutional Instruction and Examination Requirements, sponsored by Senator Larson, an act relating to education, was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Brennan, Scott, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move in the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 114 do pass. There was a standing committee amendment. I ask it be read in at this time.
Senate File 114, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, page 2, line 17, after.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to suggest, I'm going to yield to the sponsor of the bill to explain it, and then I'm suggesting after we've got his explanation, we'll come back and do the standing committee amendment. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to Senator Larson for an explanation of the bill.
There's Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is a pretty short bill. I've had quite a few people ask me this sort of stuff, you know. Can our high school students, when they graduate, actually, do they know the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the amendments to the United States Constitution? And so that's why I'm bringing the bill. In the amendment, or in the bill, it states on line 11, the meat of it's right there, the students graduating in 23-24 school year and each school year thereafter. No student shall receive a high school diploma from Wyoming School District without also passing the civics test required to become a United States citizen by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services with a score of at least 60%. And then it, on down line 17 and on down, it says the constitutional and other instruction required in this section shall be taught essentially every year during grades 1 through 12. Currently, our immigrants, when they come to the United States, they study and they take a test. It consists of 3 parts. It's a written test, a reading test, and a speaking test. And there is, on the written portion, there's 100 questions. It's not actually written down. They do it online or on a computer. But there's 100 questions. And you can go to those questions and you can look back on the internet currently and see what those questions are. I took the test. I did get above 60%, so I'm well above that. But anyway, I just wanted to state that. It's online, and that's actually where the Department of Education went back and pulled those questions. Some of the questions are about, there's 3 parts: the American government, American history, and then integrated civics. Some people ask, well, is it hard? When online, it kind of tells us that the immigrants, when they're taking the test, in 2021, 96% of them passed it, 90% of them initially passed it, and 6 of them passed it with a re-examination. I do want to state that they don't ask all 100 questions. They randomly pick 10. And I was considering an amendment to make sure that they took all 100 questions, but in the bill, they would still follow what the immigration standards are on that test, and they'd just essentially be taking 10 questions randomly. One of the hardest questions on the test, we'll see how many could get it. It's the Federalist Papers supported the passage of the U.S. Constitution. Name an author. It was James Madison and John Jay. Would be some of the questions they could, or answers. Mr. Chairman, I think I'm ready to let you bring the committee bill if so.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the standing committee amendment has been read in, and at this time I'll move the standing committee amendment. Mr. Chairman, this is a good little bill, and the standing committee amendment makes it a little shorter and a little better. Mr. Chairman, what the standing committee amendment does is it goes into the bill and removes the piece of it that starts on line 17 that requires the instruction every year and goes back to the original language, which specifies 3 years. That's the current system, and we think that works perfectly well. I think that the every year instruction will not fit as well with what we're doing, and what we're doing now, I think, works pretty well. So I would urge adoption of the standing committee amendment.
Question being called. All of those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 114, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 114 has passed committee of the whole. We're back on the bill. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the bill, I think it's a test given outside that does reinforce what we've put in, make sure that what we have put in terms of what they need to know gets studied. And I like the 10 questions out of 100, because to pass, you got to look at all 100 questions and study them, because you don't know which ones are going to be asked. I would point out that as I read the language of the bill, I think those that don't pass it in the first attempt can get a second attempt. And I think the schools will organize things that way, and those people will have to study a little harder, and they should. So, Mr. Chairman, for those reasons, I urge adoption of the bill.
Senator Hutchins.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the bill, I'm just a little concerned about line number 17 on page 2, where we have passed at least 60%. I'm wondering if the bringer of the bill would maybe agree to a little amendment to 70 or 75%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 2, lines 3 and 4, I'm just curious as to the inclusion of that new language there. It shall give instruction in the essentials of the United States Constitution, comma, the Bill of Rights, comma, amendments to the United States Constitution. I mean, the Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. So I'm not sure that that's necessary there, since it's all inclusive into one, but curious about that addition of that language.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I can answer a couple of those questions. I'm amenable to a change in the 60% or above. I just did want to match what is currently on the immigration test, is why I put it in there. And concerning the other question or comment, I wanted to make sure that we emphasize the Bill of Rights, and they are so important because I don't know if the Constitution would have been passed without it. And also any amendments, I think it's important to realize which ones we've added, which ones we've retracted and then brought back on. So that's why I put them in there, for emphasis. I do want to comment, I guess, if that's all right. We did have the Department of Education cross-reference all of 100 questions in 2 different years, and they showed that that each of those questions are being addressed in certain age groups, mainly in the 2nd grade, the 5th grade, the 8th grade, and the 12th grade. And so that's pretty much why we passed that other amendment. But they thought that the standards would not need to be changed. This could be adopted right now, and the schools would be able to get this incorporated.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a no in committee and wanted to explain and discuss that a bit. Certainly in no way object to this content. It's spectacular content, and it is a subject of standards in detail. There was a good analysis, as noted, presented by the Department of Education on how, when, and where these standards are currently being taught. as well as quite a bit of extensive additional content that would not be in any way addressed by the citizenship test. The concern I had really is, first of all, over the next couple of years, the State Board of Education is going to be promulgating new standards related to civics and social studies. It's part of a normal schedule. It's a 9-year cycle where they each year go through a different set of content standards for the schools. These are the standards that are up. So this is going to be looked at, it's going to be worked, and certainly going to be extended as the standards process moves forward. So as far as a need to change or emphasize the Bill of Rights or anything else, it's obvious that we all love the Bill of Rights and we love the Constitution, and so we love a bill that loves the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, and it's really hard to vote against a bill on civics, and I realize this will probably sail, but it doesn't make it a good bill, it just makes it a popular bill. The concern I have is that right now, we provide a lot of opportunity for local school boards, your school districts, to make decisions about what tests are required for graduation. We don't try to get too into the game of graduation requirements. We leave that up to local school boards. So all of your school boards have individual, independent graduation requirements. We have the success curriculum for Hathaway. We have other things at the statewide level that tends to encourage various aspects. But in the past, in general, we've tried to stay out of prescribing graduation requirements. This portion of statute is a bit of an exception to that, but even this portion of statute was resisted when it was being passed. So when we contemplate that, I hope the chamber will realize that with this bill comes an additional state-mandated test. I'll say that again. With this bill comes an additional state-mandated test. If any of you have been hearing the problem with our education system is not nearly enough state testing, then you have a different constituency than I do. What I've been hearing by and large, Mr. Chairman, is that we over-test. We don't provide enough opportunity for our teachers to engage in fun education, experiential learning, exploration, that we teach to the test because we test to the test. So if there's one thing that we really should be aspiring towards, Mr. Chairman, it's trying to move away from standardized tests and these rote memorization exam requirements that tend to be relatively stale in their educational inspiration, and move towards inspirational topics. So, Mr. Chairman, I see this as moving us in exactly the wrong direction, and when we heard from teachers and educators, that tends to be what they said also. This is setting a ridiculously low bar. The citizenship test is so far below the bar that is set for our students with regard to the standards that it's almost not worth doing, but we'll mandate it as a graduation requirement in case we catch somebody. But at the same time, it takes up class time, it takes up educational time, and it wastes resources. I'm not going to vote for another statewide mandated test coming from the legislature forced upon the school districts when they could make this choice themselves if they saw fit, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my concerns about this bill kind of highlight concerns I have overall with what's in the basket of goods and how we write content and performance standards. If you look at the basket of goods, government and civics is its own standalone section in the basket, but it's actually written within our social studies standards. So if you read existing language, it's actually already a requirement. Students, not just K through 12, look on line 7, page 2. No student shall receive a high school diploma, associate degree, or baccalaureate degree without satisfactorily passing an examination on the principles of the Constitution of the United States and the state of Wyoming. I've asked for this. What do we test? There is no statewide test. To my knowledge, you tell me when you went to the University of Wyoming or any of our institutions, were you required to take this test? So the language that's already in here, in my view, isn't even being effectuated today. So I think the concern I have is, this takes it a step further, describes which tests we're going to use, and then the passing rate, which we don't do in any other of our content and performance requirements. And if a student isn't meeting that test or meeting that bar, then, no high school diploma. So my concern about this is a larger one, not so much about the actual bringing of the bill and, what it's seeking to achieve, which I understand. But just in general, I don't see this requirement happening already. And so I just think it kind of highlights some of the difficulty we have in when the legislature asks and tells our state board of education, or the state board of education to do this. I don't know how long this has been in the books, but to my knowledge, I don't see that in our content performance standards.
Ready for, Senator Lodge.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess listening to those comments, I see a reason why we should have this. I've had superintendent contacted me, and he asked his civics teacher. They thought there'd be no problem passing even the 100 questions. If we don't already have the test that's taking making them do this, well, let's require it. I was also told, well, we could just have quizzes, have the seniors take a quiz while they're in that class, maybe take 2 or 3 of them and get them to pass even the 10 questions. So on and for the bill, and hope we can get her passed.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 114, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Senate 114 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for consideration is Senate File 17. Can I have the clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 17, Off-Road Recreational Vehicles Safety and Insurance, sponsored by the Transportation Committee, an act relating to motor vehicles, was referred to Committee Number 8, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Brennan, Furphy, Kolb, and Pappas. Senator Boner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 17. There is a standing committee amendment. I ask that it be read in at this time.
Senate File 17, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4, after.
I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, and for explanation of both the amendment and the bill, I refer to my colleague from Sweetwater County.
Senator Gold.
Mr. Chairman, before us is a bill that is doing something that we haven't been able to do in the past. This has been worked on for a long time. It's basically expanding the use of off-road recreational vehicles on public streets and right-of-ways, as the bill explains. I can read in the amendments as we go. It's extensive. Those were Y-dot amendments to clean up the language to make it acceptable. Basically, at a high overview, mufflers are required, a horn, mirrors, left side rear view, proof of liability insurance of $25,000 minimum, and an adequate braking system. And there's an exception for agricultural use. What this is attempting to do is connecting communities and having off-road vehicles the ability to, say, come off of 2-track trails and travel down a paved street on the right-of-way so they can go in through to a community, which is vitally important to connecting our communities. They need gas, they need restaurant, restrooms, or whatever they may desire in town. And this gives that ability to happen with local authorities' permission. It has to be agreed to by the cities, towns. No portion of the public right-of-way, street, road, or highway shall be designated as an off-road recreational vehicle trail by the department without the consent of the state, local, or federal agency with jurisdiction over the roadway. Off-road recreational vehicles operated upon roadways designated as trails shall be subject to the user registration fee prescribed under Wyoming Statute 312703. That's a brief explanation of what this does. If the body thinks that would be easier to understand, and I'll stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
President Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just one question. I think you might have gone over it and I might have been sleeping at the time, but do the vehicles that fall under this have to be licensed? Right now we license recreational vehicles with license plates, et cetera. Does this create an exemption for them? They still have to be licensed. I'm standing in favor of the bill. I fully agree with insurance and some of the safety provisions, but wasn't sure exactly if it applied to whether you got to have a license on them or not.
Any other questions? We need to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 17, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Back on the bill. Ready for the question? Senator Cole.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to answer the question by our Senate President. It is an option if you wish to have vehicle license plates. This is an exception to that option. Thank you.
So Senate file amendment number, I got this messed up. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 17 has passed Committee of the Whole. So we're back on the bill. Question? Oh, Senator Driscoll. Oh, Dockstader, I'm sorry. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, this is a good piece of legislation that helps us. We've been working on a template, a regional template to create a trail system. This helps us put that together, and it's our hope that we'll be able to share this whole regional concept with you in your various areas of the state. Looking for your support. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 17, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate File 17 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for consideration. Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, does anybody know what's coming? Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report. Two bananas. Aye. He didn't call for a vote.
Oh, I thought the president.
All those in favor? We agree. We knew what he meant.
Yes, I need to ask for approval of the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No!
Slam your hand. Introduction, reading, and reference of, no. Oh, excuse me. I need to script closure. Reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 82, do pass amended. Senate File 72, do pass. Senate File 24, do pass. Senate File 112, do pass. Senate File 108, do pass amended. Senate File 116, do pass. Senate Joint Resolution 3, do pass. Senate File 54, do pass. Senate File 61, do pass amended. Senate File 114, do pass amended. Senate File 17, do pass amended. Senator Furphy, Chairman.
Senator Furphy.
I move Committee of the Whole report, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried, and the report's been adopted. Introduction of bills. Senate File 167, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 167, Domestic Violence Protection Hearings Remote Appearance, sponsored by Senator Nethercott.
Senate File 167 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Senate File 181, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 181, Drug-Induced Homicide, sponsored by Senator Schuler.
Senate File 181 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Senate File 169, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 169, State Shooting Complex Task Force, sponsored by Senator Hicks.
Senate File 169 is referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Senate File 172, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 172, Stop ESG State Funds Fiduciary Duty Act, sponsored by Senator Beitman.
Senate File 172 is referred to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Senate File 168, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 168, Alternative Teaching Certificate, sponsored by Senator Larson.
Senate File 168 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 174, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 174, Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board, sponsored by Senator Driscoll.
Senate File 174 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 175, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 175, an act relating to education. Senate File 175, hazing, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss.
Senate File 175 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 177, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 177, promoting Senate File 177, promoting obscenity, educational exception repeal, sponsored by Senator Steinmetz.
Senate File 177 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. Senate File 170, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 170, specifying additional beneficial uses of water, sponsored by Senator Steinmetz.
Senate File 170 is referred to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. Senate File 178, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 178, Mountain Lion Pursuit Seasons, sponsored by Senator Boner.
Senate File 178 is referred to Committee Number 6, Travel. Senate File 160, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 160, Tolling Authority for I-80, sponsored by Senator Case.
Senate File 160 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 173, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 173, Financial Institutions, Similar Names, sponsored by Senator Driscoll.
Senate File 173 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 176, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 176, Solid Waste Disposal Districts Consolidation, sponsored by Senator Driscoll.
Senate File 176 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate File 157, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 157, Weed and Pest Mitigation Tribal Inclusion 2, sponsored by Senator Cooper.
Senate File 157 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor Health. Standing Committee report.
January 24, 2023. Mr. Presidential Committee Number 3, to whom is referred Senate File 136, Property Tax Relief Assessment Rate Reduction. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, and McEwen. No, Senator Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. January 25th, which is tomorrow.
Thank you. Good work, buddy. Any announcements? Senator Boner.
Mr. President, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs will meet tomorrow, January 25th, upon adjournment in the Capitol Extension Room W2 and online to consider Senate File 141, Transportation Technology Transfer Center Program Funding, and Senate Joint Resolution 5, Air Force 75th Anniversary.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. Your Judiciary Committee 1 will get up before breakfast. We will meet at 7:30 in the morning in W4 downstairs to take up Senate File 89, Insurance Coverage for Hearing Aids, Senate File 120, Restoration of Civil Rights, and Senate File 129, Background Checks, Governor's Office, as time permits. Thank you.
Senator French.
Yes, Mr. President, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, will meet in room 2 in 15 minutes, 10 till 6, to consider the following 3 bills. Senate File 124, Foreign Ownership of Agricultural Land. This was held back on January 19th, so we're hearing it tonight. Senate File 137, Subdivisions, Fencing Requirements. Senate File 134, Right to Farm, Real Estate Disclosures.
Good job, Senator French. Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 10 will have a healthy breakfast and then meet at 8 a.m. in room 6 to hear Senate File 109, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions, followed by Senate File 80, Visitation Rights.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 9, Minerals, will meet Wednesday, January 25th, 15 minutes after noon recess, Capitol Extension Room 4 and online. Hear Senate File 127, Wyoming Stable Token Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 90, Wyoming Property Tax Relief Authority has an appropriation. And
We can't do re-referrals.
Chief Clerk says I can't do it, so I was just telling you.
Okay, we'll
That's
do it
my
tomorrow.
announcement. I wasn't gonna re-refer it or anything.
Okay, you sure you don't want to do something revenue related for me?
No, we don't meet till Thursday, sir.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in room W110 downstairs. Senate File 130, Educational Freedom Act. Senate File 132, Study of K-12 Education Program. And then 2 more bills, if time permits. Senate File 52, School Finance Special Education Funding, and Senate File 50, Charter School Amendments. And I will say, I'm almost certain that we will not bring Senate File 50 to a vote. We'll have an initial discussion of it and presentation of it and testimony if we have time, but we will not complete our work on that one tomorrow.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to meet on your committee number 7, Corporations, is going to meet on Thursday. No doubt we'll be starting early in the morning, likely 7 o'clock. We have quite a load of bills. One we're going to hear for sure in the morning is Senate File 92, Small Customer Generation. And then what I'd like to do is meet again shortly after the noon recess to take up Senate File 142 by Senator Scott, Carbon Capture and Sequestration. And we'll also squeeze a few other bills in, but I'm kind of giving the committee a heads up about a 2-for meeting on Thursday, and we'll squeeze some more bills in as we can. And I'll make a formal announcement tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Thank all of you. Boy, you've taken up heavy workloads. The body's running smooth and well. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on 1/25.